Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Hope I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Forgetful, and hi, Snowwolf. Welcome. I cannot believe it. I thought at this point I'm gonna be recovered, but I guess not. But at least I'm feeling much better than before, so that's a blessing and a half, I guess. Ow. I should give me a second. My nose feels weird today, and I feel like I cannot. I don't feel awake today. Weird. very weird. But at least, something for sure is that my, uh, me is am not that sick today. Still am, right? It still feels a little bit weird, but yeah, it's not as bad as last week, definitely. So at least that's good. Hi, Dragon Colony. I'm feeling like I cannot help but feel super weird today. I don't like it. So because I'm feeling like this, I need to find dragons in Pokemon Emerald Monster Hunter to sate my hunger for dragon. Maybe it's because of what I ate this morning. I shouldn't... You know what? I shouldn't have curry this morning. Yeah. Imagine being sick and then still eating curry. Not a good idea, I wouldn't say. Anyway, I'm gonna open up Pokemon Emerald. Oh yeah, also, before I start anything, I forgot to mention, remember that I wanted to do a little bit of a small event of some sort, right? Event that I want to rate OCs, rate characters, right? Do those kind of things, and you know, those kind of things. Me as a kobold rating characters, something like that, right? I wanted to do that because tomorrow is kind of my birthday. That's why I wanted to do that on tomorrow, but I don't really have the... It's so sad how I don't have the time to prepare for more things, so I'm gonna try to do it next week, right? I'll push it to next week as like a late celebration for my birthday then, and I'll also announce some things on Discord and also my Blue Sky to let people send in their character for me to rate. But if not enough or not a lot of people doing that, then also I can have like backup plans and stuff like that, so that I can do something else on that day rather than just like rating the entirety of the stream just me rating characters, right? I don't think that I think that's unrealistic, right? I don't think there's going to be that much people sending me things to rate. So still, right, I could do something else, like maybe I could play back Repo or play back some of the multiplayer games together. I'll think about it, but next week, next Saturday, I want to do it, right? I want to make a tiny bit of a special stream because it's my late birthday, I guess, since my birthday is tomorrow, and then I'm postponing it to next week since I'm still feeling bleh these days. Give me a second. So, yeah, at least that's kind of the plan. Hi, Dinoforce. Hi, Petisnea Tekken. And hi, 3. Hope you feel better. I'm feeling better, definitely. But I'm surprised that I'm still sick. So, but I don't like. But at least I'm feeling better, so that's good. Also, welcome in, everyone. Hope we are doing good. No, I was explaining a little bit of like the things that I want to do for my birthday. It was supposed to be tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow is... Yeah, tomorrow is October 3rd, and then... I didn't really prepare much. I didn't really prepare much because I've been kind of bedridden for the past many days, which is very sad. This sickness is making Kobo sad, right? I feel like I'm missing a lot of things already, but it's okay. I'll postpone it to next week. I feel like this week I am able to sort of do something, and I am able to make some announcement on Discord and also on Blue Skies to let people send in their characters. Multiple characters per one person, also fine, I guess, since I'm still like a very... not a lot of people know about me, right? So I'll think about it. But at least that's next Saturday. I'll make an announcement for it so that people would know. But for now, I think I want to play Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald to sate my hunger for Dragon. I want Dragon. Wait, where did I put my GBA? Oh, it's here. Right. I also need this. I think I need to... boom. And then open up this one. Oh, I should close this one first, actually. Boom. Bum. Okay, there we go. Remember when you played the game where you were Clone Hero? Oh, I was playing Clone Hero? This, and then I need to make it capture this. I hope it's accurate, actually. I'm a little bit... get a guitar to play, it would be better. Hopefully, but I can't get a guitar quickly. Why are you not capturing it? Why are you not capturing it? Oh, there we go. It's kinda accurate, I guess. I always need to do this manually because I'm dumb. I think this should be good. I love how there's still like all the normal Pokemon, and then once you get inside, it's just Monster Hunter. Look at that. It's always so cool looking at this. Like Gen 1 Monster Hunter. It's so cool. Anyways, right? Anyways. You miss those times? I do miss playing Clone Hero sometimes, but I do play it off stream a little bit, right? So we were here. I think we beat... Did we beat the gym? Oh, we haven't beat the gym yet. Oh my god. The gym is tough because it has like shockwave, and then my sand attack bullshit doesn't work anymore. That is a tiny bit of a problem, I would say. But I'm pretty sure we can do it. So level stops at 24. I'll make everyone go to level 23 then. What is this? This is Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald. It's a ROM hack for Emerald version of the Pokemon. And it has... well, it is just Monster Hunter. Essentially, that's what it is. Can I have Rathalos? I'm pretty sure you can. I have a Radiant here. Haven't found a... Sleep Bite? Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, you're baggy. Of course you have sleep bite. Scatters a powder that may cause the fall to sleep. That's not sleep bite. That's sleep powder. It has no power. So it's just sleep powder? Hype powder? Wait, that emote is so cute though. Monty Will? Oh my god, look at that. I'm checking the channel for no particular reason. Alright. Hi Zeus. Repair powder? No, it is just sleep powder. I mean, if it's sleep bite, I thought it would have like some power to it, but I guess it's not. Follow just because. Alright, good. I guess I can try sleep bite. But what I change? If, like, the thing is, sleep bite doesn't have damage to it. I need bite. Unless it has damage, it's just like a custom-made move for Baggy itself. I'll change away Howl then. It's not that useful. Okay, everyone's at 23, you're at 25. I guess I still don't know. I think you're water. Do we even have like a... Oh, of course, yeah, Plesio. Why did I think of that? I mean, Barrow is one of them. Barrow from top. Maybe I can try to find Barrow? I mean, Barrow is ground type. It's going to be like a direct counter to this gym. Are there any grass patches around here? What is this place? Trying to heal from all over. Oh, it's not open yet? Trying to heal where you may enjoy tech battles with many trainers. We're still getting things trying to discount. Oh, okay, okay. I guess it's just a free heal place. What do they sell though? The same stuff. The Win Street family, but 4 matches in a row is tough going. Destroy you? Oh, and that one? There's no grass patch around here. How am I supposed to find Barrow? Do I fish? I guess I can fish. Imagine fishing on the Barrow. Oh! I kinda need you though. I guess I can reach stead and then slowly get it to low and then capture? Let me try. There's no quick ball in this game, right? Yeah. Did you? Also, I love how Ludroth is the son of Ratata. I guess if they keep growling, that'll be nice, right? Oh, hi, Pet Gamer. Alright, now we keep trying. Oh. I'm still gonna keep trying. Maybe? Okay. Lucky. We take those. Oh, I need a royal Ludroth though. Water beast Pokemon. Aquatic monsters. The females form harems around large males, aggressively attacking interlopers that dare to enter into their territory. You are... Oh, you're male, okay. I wanna keep fishing to see if I can get something else as well. What? Do I have to spam it? What if I fish up a barrel? That would be kind of funny, you know? Ice Thunder, huh? What is that? Is that like a... Are you looking at me like that or something? What? No way. I guess it's only Ludroth here, question mark? Do we... I mean, I want a Royal Ludroth. The question is, who do I put away? I kinda still want Active V. And this is Najarala. I don't even know what level Najarala evolves. I mean, of course we need Toby. I'm thinking maybe dog? Oh, I forgot about... Oh my god. Right, okay, this is really bad. Dodogoma? Oh my god. Look, it's dog food or fruit dog. I mean, I guess I just leash them. Alright, let's try out sleep bite. I think the slur will be immune to sleep now. No, I can still sleep Nacilla. Shit. That hurt. 5. Oh my god, they both really hurt. I'll keep the dragon. Okay, so it's just... that kinda sucked then. It does no damage. Okay, at least we have two seeded monsters here, so we good. Food will not die here. So here I think food can just build up. And then need to sleep bite this one. Okay, thank you very much. We're playing the stalling game. Whoa. Oh my god, 1 shot. Well, 2 shot essentially. Would Nacilla be... I think Nacilla is bug poison? Ember might do the trick. Yeah, I feel like Ember might be able to burn Nacilla down. I mean, Nacilla is just a bug type entirely, so... Yeah. Oh. The power of Leech Seed. I think one more bulk up should do. Yeah, just take out Nacilla first. And the crit? Crit mattered. Oh. Dogaron is such a huge sleeper. I guess I just do Dragon Rage on Raytheon. If Raytheon has 79, so 2 Dragon Rage should kill? Dragon Rage does 40 per hit, right? Yeah, so 2 Dragon Rage might kill that Raytheon. Unless they have like a stronger IV, so I don't know. Oh. Yeah, Dragon Rage should kill. This is also why I decided to put like Ectoville here instead of like someone else. Let me just kick Dodogoma and then Dragon Rage this one. Nice. Arachnoid? Oh, that's Nursilla. I guess I'll just kick and fire. Oh, that's really bad. It's okay. I'll keep kicking. I think Dragon Rage this one. Yeah. Gladius? Oh, unlucky. Ow. Oh, are they steel? They should be steel. They're yeah, they're glaveness. Ooh la la! Oh my god. That's well done, steak. Okay. Oh, I forgot again. Oh no. No, wait, I feel like I'm gonna lose this one. Oh man, a full team, GG. Oh, not the double kill team again. This is really bad. Okay, at least I think Thunder Wave is 100%. Oh wait, they are grass type. They are grass type. I cannot leech them. Yeah, I cannot leech them. Are you having fun? Yeah. I love Pokemon and I love Monster Hunter. I have to change our Apto view. If they're grass, they should be afraid of both poison and fire, so we good. Ooh, crit? I mean, it has a high chance of crit, so that makes sense. Oh, I got a crit too? Holy shit. Off to a good start, Volker should be afraid of poison as well, I think. I think Volker is grass, yeah. Yeah, holy shit, Dragon Mama is doing the work. Nice. Oh my god, Puke is so cute though. Oh, very lucky. Puke is poison, so I guess only fire would work here. I assume Puke would be grass and poison. Oh, is it all just crit this round? Nice. Roku? Wait, are you Gyaorugu? This game puts in Monster Hunter Frontier Monster in here. It's so hype. Yeah, I think you're like Gyaorugu or one of them. In the Dragon Rage, this one, I'm going to Thunder Wave. I don't think Thunder Wave works on them. I don't know. I feel like, are they not rock and ground? I mean, I know this is Larvitar, but it's not Larvitar. I'll try. Toby is the slowest? And Toby being slowest is crazy. Oh, she's very cut to this one. Oh, are we in the speed time? Oh my god. Oh no! Oh. Bye, Toby. So there's still rock type, I guess, because that still is a thing. I mean, Dragon Rage just ignores everything. There should be Ghost Harad, right? I assume Ghost Harad... Ice Ghost? I mean, I remember fighting against a Ghost Harad and then normal hit doesn't hit them. That's why the assumption. Uh-oh. That's half health, right? Yeah, Super Fang guaranteed half health. Nice. I don't even know which one is their Pokemon. Or monster, actually. I'm the Bard. We have a Bard in Pokemon? Shake it to the diet dance. New lyrics? Shake it, do the diet dance. Well, you brought this upon yourself, brother. Wait, do we have... Oh, there's no kiss? I mean, there's no love, but there's lovey-dovey for some reason. No, wait. Only one phrase may be changed? Oh. Only one? Was that how you wanted your song to go? I guess. Okay, good. I don't know why that sounded like an Animal Crossing character. Hey, so this gym... I mean, I wanted to train a Royal Ludroth. But a Royal Ludroth here would be such a bad idea. This is like an electric gym. If I can go through this gym, then I'll change out Baggy. I remember Fury Counter is the way to go, right? Akko. Hi, Akko. I hope Akko is doing good. Morning, Akko. Base HP of one Pokemon? Wait, no one else is dark? I mean, you also have Bite. I'll try this one. I want to see if I can sweep them with Fury Kata. Oh, they won? Wait, what? Wait, that's the third gym? Oh. I already won, I didn't even know. Okay, then we need... Do we have Rock Smash? No, but we need Rock Smash here. And I think it's time to say goodbye to Dog. And we say hello to Spongy Boy. Oh seven Dog. Not Dog. But I like food though. I don't know who else to put away. Maybe search check instead? Definitely not Stupid Snake because I still want to see Najarala. Wait. Oh, that's real bad. Spit on it, Bahala. Oh yeah, we have Quelp. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm big. Blue mushroom? And trades accuracy for power. What? Yeah, I have to choose dog here. I guess if after I look at Seragios or Steve, I forgot to change the name to Steve, oh my god. I'm gonna see how Seragios looks like. If it's not to my expectancy, then I'm probably gonna change over to someone else. Oh yeah, Rock Smash. I mean, Serochek is a fighting type monster. I mean, triple kick is cool, but it's like the worst 3-hit move in the game, I think. I'm gonna put away triple kick. It suck. Alright, now we have Rock Smash. Wait, there was a cave that needs to be rock smashed here. My boyfriend is there. He's not just digging a tunnel to come to see me. He works his hands raw and rough for the benefit of everyone. Here, let me do it. Oh! Wow, you shattered that boulder blocking that way! To show you how much I appreciate it, I like to have this HM. What's for? strength. If a muscular Pokemon were to learn that, it would be able to move even large boulders. Ah, Wanda, now I can see you anytime. That's wonderful. Please take some rest in my home. Aw, look at them. Cute. Cannot just break that rock? Oh, that's a... Have I already given Spongy Boy EXP share? I do, okay. I mean, sometimes you rock smash something will come out, right? Usually it's Geodude, if I remember correctly. I don't like Basarios. Oh, this is a place with black glasses. Right, okay. This bike is too hard to use. Which house is this? Oh, there it is. I can see my girlfriend every day. Wally was telling me about? I'm Wally's cousin. Oh, I think Wally's become a lot more lively and healthy since he came here. Nice, good. Okay, now we can keep going up. Also, I want to change this bike to Acro bike again. Mach bike is too fast. Nice. Yeah, Acro bike can do this. It's slower, but cooler. Oh yeah, this one. There's 4 fights in a row, right? Our family's heart beat as one. It is essentially... There's 4 people, right? I'm gonna assume they all have full team, because this is a mod, right? It's 5v24. I guess my food can sweep 2 of them. I never learned how to do that. I mean, I pressed B and I got this. It's so cool. But I don't know what's the point of this other than looking cool. I like it. Hello, I take it you're a traveler. How's this? What do you say to taking on our family of 4 in a series of Pokemon battle? I guess I can try. I like you? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's all full team. Okay, we got this. It looks so funny. I love it. They're poison, right? Remover should be poison flying. Now we can bulk up until I can sweep the team, but there's only 2 of them, so... Oh, my low kick doesn't hit hard, I think. Remover has no weight and it's flying type. It's funny how food didn't have anything on. No fruits, no items. I think it should be good. I mean, low kick is not gonna hurt, but it's gonna do something, right? Oh, that's something alright, I guess. The combo dancing is so good. I think one more turn they should kill. Yeah. Oh nah. It's fine. That mattered. Nice. After view? I mean, this is gonna hurt, I think. Yeah, it's gonna hurt alright. Nice. 222111. Nice. Aya? Wait, are you Malaysian? Aya, you're a lot better than I expected. A lot tougher. Hey yo, I found a pretty strong trainer. Oh. Oh my goodness, aren't you young? You must be quite the trainer to beat my husband though. It's my turn to battle now. Okay. Oh, thank you, Zuri. It's 7 stream streak, oh my god. That's Jade Barrow. Oh, that's really bad. This kills. Yeah, that kills. I didn't think they have fighting type move. I guess I can try Dragon Rage. I'm not too sure what they're afraid of. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, I'm poison type. And the crit? And the accuracy or speed? Oh no, this is really bad. Yeah. And another crit? Is Mud Shot guaranteed crit or something? So they are ground type. They must be afraid of flying type. You have oh my god, you have everything! Holy shit! So you have Break Break, you have Ice Punch, you have Mud Shot. I feel like Glare is not gonna hit here. Oh, I'm afraid of that too. Right. Oh, okay. They're not gonna be afraid of Rock type. They are Rock type themselves. Give it a try. They're afraid. What? What is their type? Nice. 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 Luna Pup. I don't know what type that is. Oh, ice. I'm not afraid of this, right? What? Rock is afraid of metal? Well, I didn't even know about that. I can't believe I lost to Jade Barrev. Uh-oh. I mean, Metal Cut Rock? I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Hi, Furphy. Hello. Great Baggy. Wait, Baggy is psychic type. You're dead. If I'm faster. Yeah, they're faster. Don't flinch. Okay, thank you. I can't get over how strong you are. I still have 2 more that I need to fight. This is really bad. There's a strong trainer here. This one's really strong. I'm dead. You're stronger than mommy? Wow. But I'm strong too, really, honestly. I believe you. I'm gonna lose here. 4? Yeah, so it's 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they're gonna fake out. Oh no! God damn it. I should be faster than Velocidrome. Don't hit, don't hit. A GG. Alright, good run. Look at my spongy boy. Get him! Water Sport, Tackle Gural, and Water Gun. Hit him with a good old tackle. Yep. Wow, that one's tough. I lost to 1 Jade Barrev and that's it. So J-Bear is afraid of Stupor Snake. That belly rub emote is giving me feelings. I have feeling towards that belly rub emote. Yeah, I lost a lot of money every loss. Look, if I have no money, I cannot lose money, right? So if I'm met with Jade Barrow, I'm just gonna go to Stupor Snake. They're gonna one-shot my Aptoville, so Aptoville can easily take care of this one. Thank goodness he didn't flinch. I just realized that my Toby doesn't have electric type move or electric type attacking move. Give me a second. What? Hi, Dragon Mama. Hi, Dragon Mama. Oh, yeah, I need to drink more water. Stop here to say hi. Have a good night, Dragon Mama. I'm just gonna keep stalling this one. Okay, that's 2 crits now. Unlucky. I don't think Twister has a higher chance of hitting crit here. That's a guaranteed poison, right? Yeah. It's okay, I rest. This is the stalling threat of food. Just leech seed all the way until death. I should be awake next turn. Just kick him. Good enough. So next one we have to sacrifice. We have to sacrifice food, and then we're gonna bring in Super Snack immediately. Whoop-whoop. The user becomes soaked to raise resistance to fire. Oh. Oh, they gave money. Where I can farm them? If I can leech. Nope, I'm too slow. And this one shots. It doesn't one shot? Please hit. Thank you. Okay, we have a higher chance of winning now. I mean, this turn, the food is gonna die no matter what, so... Unless... Oh. Nice, Super Snake. I need the glare to hit. I need that glare to hit. Please hit. Okay. Nice. Okay, okay, we have a chance, we have a chance. Oh, if they hit this turn, I lost. I use potion. I'm afraid of this as well, right? No? Okay. It still hurts though. Yeah, that's the... Dragon Rage good. Okay, Luna Pup, I'm pretty sure it's afraid of fire. Oh, I didn't think it's gonna be that afraid of fire. I think Poison is afraid of Psychic, so don't do that. Just Dragon Rage. They're faster? Oh shit. Okay. Oh? So you have 81 health? On the level 22 Great Baggy? Are you sure? Oh, trick method. Okay, this time we are a little bit more healthy now. I forgot what the first one was. Oh yeah. They're gonna fake out. That can hurt. No paralyze? Oh, yeah, the quick attack. Oh, unfortunate. I forgot that quick attack. Not a single time. Paralyze. I hate it. I hate it when that happens. When the paralyze never hits. Not even once. Nice. Great Junkerus. I think just Rock Smash. Yeah, there should be normal type as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, that hurt. It's okay, Rock Smash good here. Oh no! Watch this paralyze works. Oh, okay. Oh, great Jaggy. Great Jackie is so cool. Rock Smash? Right, we good. We're saved. Unless they do quick attack. Okay, they don't have. Okay, that's a third one. Swagger, wait a minute. Confuses the foe but also sharply raises the attack. Yeah, why not? Why not? Another 880? This stinks. Grandma, oh, you cry. Oh no. How dare you make— oh, of course, the classic. 我要同我奶奶報仇 Make my granddaughter cry. I'm going to smack you. Prepare to lose. Oh shit. The classic wah, wah, wah. One? You fucking kidding? I'm gonna get smoked by Kirin, I'm pretty sure. That's not gonna kill. The electric type. Do it again. Oh, Shell Bell. Oh shit. Crit, please. I need it. Yeah! Thank you! Okay. My granddaughter was right. Yeah, I thought you were gonna smack me or something, grandmama. If you're not in any hurry, visit with us a while. Sure. Huh. You're the first trainer I've seen who deploys Pokemon monsters so masterfully. But I should tell you, my son is stronger than you. He even took the Pokemon League challenge, I'll have you know. Who's your son? We use this Matchall Brace to more effectively strengthen our Pokemon in training. Since you've been all of us here, I don't know if you need it, but we would like you to have our Matchall Brace. Oh, thank you. What did it do? Promotes growth but reduce speed? Promotes growth? Does it mean give more EXP? But reduce speed? I mean, that's interesting, I guess. I mean, Super Snake's slow. Mama is stronger than Dada. I'm stronger than Mama, and Grandmama stronger than you. But my big brother is even stronger than Grandmama. There's no question that you're strong, but if you were to battle my grandson, you end up crying in frustration. He's much stronger than any trainer our family knows. He must be challenging the Pokemon League champion by now. Knowing my grandson, he could be the champion already. Who? Sounds like their grandson is a big deal. Either that or it's just a fluke. Are they lying to me? Is this a Pokemon League champion? Oh, this is Trainer Hill. What? A rock smash. Are there no monsters that hide under rocks? If you don't raise your Pokemon or monsters some more, it could be tough to keep winning up through the ranks. I heard the Pokemon League's Elite Four are far stronger than any gym leader. Well, I'm still not even close to being in the fucking Pokemon League, hello? Are they gonna interview me to say a phrase again? I'm gonna hit them with a different one this time. Gabby, oh, we just spotted a tough-looking trainer here of all places. Okay, roll camera, let's get this interview. What? They fight? Excuse me, what? Oh! Oh my god, Becky! That's so much better now. Again, that emote makes me feel things. Hi, Becky. Gabby and TV? Or Gabby and Ty? Oh, it's a double battle. Oh no. Oh. Oh, Kuliaku is ground. I love how squishy it is. It is very squishy. I love that so much here. Damn. Hello, Kikobon Taku. Hello again, precious name. I've been spoiled. Many pets from chat and from oh my god. Many. Bucket too strong. I should drink. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, that's even more bad. At least that still hits, so we're good. Still hits, nice. I don't think Thunderbug is going to be afraid of Fury Kata. Oh, aren't you bug type? Holy shit, and they're two double team and I still got through it. Unfortunate for them. Oh, with one sand attack as well. Breaking of the hour. I hate how I'm still feeling like I'm not awake because of still being sick. It's been more than almost 2 weeks now. Oh. My eyes didn't lie. I did discover an astonishing trainer. They give 2,000? Damn. Awesome, who are you? I knew we were onto something wild when we spotted you. Oh, please let me explain. We travel around everywhere interviewing all sorts of trainers. So, would you like to give us a bit of your time for an interview? Sure. You describe your feelings about our battle, but it has to be short and sweet. Go! Please have this what I'm looking for. Where and where? You where and you wah. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. Weak. you said short and sweet. It is short and sweet. But that weak is not directed to them, it's directed to me. Weak. Yeah, that's a perfect clincher. I get the feeling that this will make a great TV show. There's a chance that they'll air this on TV, so make sure to look for this. Prime footage? Are you looking for a fight? Looks like you are. She doesn't look down. I don't know where you're going, but would you like to battle? Sure. Oh my god, it's the Shikeleke. Wait, they're fighting type, this is really bad. Oh, they still have counter? Oh my god. I feel like the karate chop is gonna kill. That's kinda scary. Okay, that makes my defense neutralize the attack up. Whee! I don't think my low kick's gonna kill. One more. Please counter. Don't chop. That's kinda even more scarier than anything. I'm just gonna hope this kills. Hiya? Okay, oh, okay. Good job, food, good job. Titano? Oh, they have 5, oh shit. Wait, they're fighting type. Oh no. Oh no. Yeet. Thanks, game. Thanks, game. Alright, let me have a good night's sleep real quick. Oh yeah, keep using fire punch. I like that. Oh yeah, I like that, I like that. Kick him! Oh, I really like that. Kick him! Still coughing after 2 weeks is crazy. I don't think they're fighting type. Uh-oh. Okay, combo. I want to get fished by a deck. Oh, did I not heal from them? I'm trapped by Constrict and I'm trapped by Sand too. Oh, I cannot heal from them? Why? Must be some sort of ability they have. Nice, Spongy Boy is keeping up. Very nice. Gigi? Gigi. Gigi is so funny. Ah, crap. Well, we have a bit of a problem here. Attack failed, defense failed. Oh no! They're gonna neutralize my buff. Oh, it's getting really painful now. Is this confused? Oh, oh no. This is the stall Pokemon. Ow. Oh, stall monster actually. I didn't think Kazoo is going to be the stall Pokemon. Just sleep. Stop hurting yourself, you're dead! Yeah, that's death. If they sleep on that turn, I won. And now I have to deal with this. I mean, I could bet them using Tickle, and then my rest would hit. Okay. Scripted, very nice. Okay. Nice. That worked out entirely. I think I'm now -2. Wait, I'm +2. On buff. That's +1, I think. Yeah, my buff is all like neutralized. It's okay, I can build them back up a little bit. We could. Feline. I'm scared. Ow. I think I can kick him. Mirror move. You absolute bitch. Now you're gonna get Leech Seed back. This is so stupid. They don't have Leech Seed anymore? Or did I miss it? Oh my god, the metronome. I already don't have attack anymore. No. Why are you like that? Now it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh my god, and I got charmed. How's Combo? And Combo is still sick. I'm still sick, sadly. But I'm feeling much better than last week, definitely. I don't like being sick for this long. It's been 2 weeks. What in the fuck's name was that move? How does Flail hurt so much? What was that? Oh. Nah, I wanted food to just sweep them, and then they decided to do a flail where it hurts without buff and no ailments on them. I know flail hurts more when they have status ailment on them, so it's like, huh? Get out of here. Tail glow? Sharply raises SP attack. Will it be good for the future? Oh, this is not SP attack though. I mean, Thunderwave has been carrying me the whole game, I feel like. And I think SP attack is good for like late game, end game moves. Sharply raises SP attack. I might change away Spark actually. I know it's dumb. I know it's so dumb, but if I have like a good electric move in the future, then Tail Glow is going to like be like 10 times better than Spark. I'm changing it. You're disgustingly good, I know. And when I heal... I cannot use a bike here, but I can run? Nothing. Nothing. Oh, they're gone. Wha- Huh? What? What is this for? It's so cool though. I can jump? I'm full of pep, and my Pokemon and my monster is peppy too. Well, good. Oh, it's so polite. Dogaron. Dogaron looks so polite. Chat, actually, I kinda wanna do something stupid today. I feel like I'm not awake today, right? And I feel like I might need some coffee in my system. And it's been many months since I ordered a takeout, or I ordered a food delivery. And by food delivery, I mean I'm gonna order some drinks here. But it sounds kind of funny though, you know, me... I'm sorry. Still being sick and then just decide to go for a food delivery. I can't want to do it though. It's so tempting. Like, the taste of coffee is like... I can feel it. I can taste it. I can taste the coffee. Truth is, I haven't drank coffee for at least a week now. Which is very nice for my system, honestly, right? Because I remember there was a time where I kind of have overdosed a little bit of coffee, right? And essentially that made me like... That made me feel like whenever I drink coffee, my heart cannot keep up with my body. And like... that's really bad. The last time I drink coffee was that I drink the coffee, and then I start to feel like I couldn't catch my breath constantly, right? I feel like I'm short. I cannot breathe properly. I feel like I cannot like keep up. And I feel half awake. I have to keep sleeping, but I cannot sleep because coffee, right? So because of that, I didn't drink coffee for almost a week now, or maybe even more than a week at this point. Which feels like it gives my body a little bit of resting, a little bit of rest for my system, which feels nice. But I miss coffee. I think coffee is, yeah, that's understandable, right? Because I feel like coffee is definitely not for everyone. I understand that. Next. But I like coffee a lot. Uproar? Why do you have uproar? And prevent sleep? Oh, that really hurt though. Maybe swagger is not that good. Nah, I don't swag. I don't trust it. Guga? Oh my god, Guga? Wait, we're close to finding a Guga, right? Guga. Oh. Lynch. Nice, Sonic. Oh, that's disgusting. You have Mach Punch. You're a ghost type? Right, I believe I remember that. You have Mach Punch, you have Poison Tail. And thanks for the leg, Sonic. Oh, I mean, I cannot hit them. Don't crit. I mean, Poison Tail has a higher chance of getting crit though, so I'm a little bit scared. I literally have no move to hit them. I can only do the stall Stranagon. Nope. What I do? I don't want to switch Pokemon now. The food has +6 though. I'm surprised I'm not poisoned still. Okay. Drink your coffee. We can drink Bracky's coffee. We can steal. My grabbers. I want coffee. One more turn. Arogu? Arogu is rock type. It's a real fighting type, right? Maybe something neutralizes the fighting type. And just kick him. Nice. Roll out. An attack lasting 5 turns with rising intensity. Do I change away low kick? I mean, if I use Leech Seed and bulk up until maximum, and then use Roll now, I feel like I can just sweep at least 3 to 4 monsters, if every hit hits. Sorry. I'm changing away low kick then. Not the feline again. It's okay, we have rollout, should be fine. I'm gonna Leech Seed first, just in case. They're probably gonna do Metronome again and again. Did he seriously use Bounce on this? I think Bounce is not gonna kill, right? Yeah. And now we do the rollout. I'm faster? Oh, are we on the speed time? Oh, oh thank God, holy shit. Imagine if that dynamic punch hits. No matter how many defense I have, I think that's gonna kill. If my rollout hits next turn, it's gonna kill. So we can, yeah, I can just do it. I cannot believe it. That just happened. They drink milk in front of me, and now I have to suffer the yawn. What is this luck? Is Metronome like a top tier, S tier, SSS tier, UR rank tier move? Oh, that's cool as fuck. Again? That's 2 heals now. This little shit cat. I cannot believe it. Hi, Swift. I've been spoiled. How many turns was this? This is the 3rd turn of sleep. Yeah. 3 turns of sleep? Did we get max turn? No way. Nah. I'm dead. Oh. Doesn't superpower ignores the stack? I thought superpower ignores the stack. I guess I'm wrong. Payday. Oh, do I get the money? That was a max turn sleep, by the way. There was a damn max turn sleep. Unless Yawn guarantees a max turn sleep? I don't think so, right? Alright, we good. Finally, food? Oh, it's gonna become Ethanol. Oh, that's so fucking cool. My god, look at that tile. Holy shit. Hell yeah, we have Aptonov now. Unless there's a heal up there. No, we're gonna go up. I mean, now I know how to do this. I'm gonna do this every time. Hi, Evie. Bouncy Kobo? Very bouncy, I know. I like being bouncy. I'm strong. I won't cry if I lose. If I lose, I cry. I cry more than 10 times already. Oh. I feel very beautiful today. Evie should feel beautiful every day. Yeah, right? Evie is beautiful. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Holy shit, Abdonov is tanky as hell. Yeah, Abdonov is super tanky, holy shit. Oh. That's kinda scary. I got myself some new clothes too. A cute black flower dress short for summer and a super cute white with pink flower mini skirt on top. Oh my god, heck. That sounds amazing, man. It's okay, we're gonna roll out spam now. Nice. This should be one shot, I think, if this hits. Oh yeah, it's one shot. Okay, look, Abdonov food. Food is so strong now. Nice. Rattling F, yeah, it's probably gonna one shot too because it's fire type. Oh yeah, you did. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Goddamn, food is so strong. Why? 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 That's me. Oh wait, can we find Guga here maybe? Oh wait, but I cannot go there, I need swim. Oh, that's so weird. Gikuru? I guess only swimming I can meet them? Gladius? Oh. I love Glaveness, okay. Is this going to be Nibel's nerf? Bobu? Oh, Grey Gyros is so cute though, oh my god. Oh, area unknown. Great Rogi. Oh, you can find Great Rogi? Short streak but still streak. A streak is a streak. Thank you, Evie. What do we find here? Oh. Oh. Barbabian? I'm gonna keep trying. First try? Easy, holy shit. Small flying wyvern that love to perch on the backs of large herbivores. They fight off any predators they target their ride. Oh, that's so cute. I don't really have a name for this though. Haha, Kobo. So when Kobo? I mean, aren't you a Kobo as well? Hi, Hus. I'm Kobo. We're Kobo. Everyone's a Kobo. Oh wow. Bird up? We found a bird up. Bird up. Bing, bing, bing. I guess I would when I wouldn't. I'm confused. And Kobo brain hurt. Are there like no new monsters here? I guess not. Yeah, I guess there's no new monsters here. Let's just keep going. The sandstorm is vicious? It's impossible to keep going? Aw. What, just close your eyes? We are out on a picnic, why you simply have to sing. Come on, sing with me, I'm scared. Speaking of singing, I've been listening to a lot of Yo Asobi music lately. Yo Asobi, Daoko, Gen Hoshino, Kenshi Yonezu. I've been listening to Japanese music lately. Wait, they're flying and poison. Actually, the Stupid Snake has no SP attack. Oh yeah, way lower. But Rock Tomb is physical. Oh, Rock Tomb only 50? Wow, it's even lower than Bite. I never realized that. Nice. We got him. The Radiant is fire poison. Both afraid of rock, I think? Left that speed down. They're still faster? Crazy. Still faster? Come on, -3. I should be faster now. Thank you. Get out of here. I'm so stunk. I need healing though. Can I just jump up here? Mountain chimney? For Lava Ridge Town or the summit, please take the cable car. Oh, okay. I mean, they did mention a town, so I guess I'll just take the cable car. Unless there's more fight. I don't know, I'm gonna heal. No monster jumps up from rock in this game? I guess not. Right, let's run. We're running. I guess no monster jumps up from Rock Smash. Alright, we're back here. A short walk up way. I guess these guys wants to fight? Oh. My legs are solid from pounding up and down the mountain. You're pounding? They're not going to buckle easily, friend. Wow. I didn't know you pound with legs. Wait, I'm afraid of rock. Thank you. Basarios? It's okay, Rock Smash does the trick. Rock Smash. Oh. Oh. How does that still hurt them if it's special attack? One health. That should kill. Oh no. Who else can go against rock? I mean, I guess Dragon Rage, in a way, I can do it. I think Ember is going to make it like normal neutral hit. I'm just gonna do Dragon Rage. They have long health though. I'll try Ember once. Yeah, neutral. Iron Defense is not gonna help them because all of the attacks I have are SP attacks. Oh, I hit it. Two turn. Three turn. Aren't I is that not a fire type move? 3 turn sleep. What is flint chip? I'm gonna go Google and check. There isn't a move called Flint Chip in Pokemon. So it's a custom-made move then. I guess it makes sense since it's like I'm in a Monster Hunter universe. There should be some self-made move here. Icy Wind? Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna change away Whirlpool. I think Whirlpool is not that good. Lava Schmert. I guess I can try using Spongy Boy to win against this. Water gun? A rock? Are you not fire type? I guess you are fire ground or fire rock. I don't think I can take the next hit though. 56-29. 56 is 28. Maybe if they do the same move, I'll have 1 health left. And all that could happen. Lucky. We take those. Nice. My legs clamped up. Can you grab me some bandages from my backpack? That's my Pokédex. Okay, found register. What? I'm such a menace. I just steal someone else's Pokédex. That sounds like me, alright. No pain, only friend. How about we have a battle? You and me? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I'm scared. Why are they so cheerful? I guess I can see why they're cheerful. I mean, who would look at Dodogoma and not be cheerful, honestly? Look at that little thing. Look at that little Dodogoma. I'm afraid of rock though, here's the problem. I think Dodogoma is fire rock. And Rock Smash is probably going to be only neutral? No, okay. Let me try and focus energy. This might kill me though. They might do a move that one-shots. Or not. That reduces special defense? Oh. Crit? No crit? Unless they are building for the next... the entry of this. Soften up my first entry. Did they only both come in fake tears? Come on, focus energy! Oh, I thought I'm dead. Nice. Oh, Spongy Boy is so spongy. 27 defense, 39 special defense. Oh, Spongy Boy is more special attack though. Interesting. Rado Burr. I think it's another rock type question mark. Oh, I did. Oh, am I not afraid of Roma? Oh. Oh, the fighting type neutralizes it. Oh, yeah, of course. Right, okay. I swear to God, the focus energy is not doing it once. Jump kick? Ooh, I like that. And may miss and hurt the kicker. I'm changing away Sand Attack. Because I feel like in late game they have a lot of like sure hit move, question mark. Or maybe not. Maybe Sand Attack is a really good move. Fuck. Jump kick? Oh. Wow. I lost. Nice. Cheerful until the end. Something for my nose. Chew. Oh. We should get Super Snake to evolve. I think they might evolve at level 30, question mark? Cable car. Who are you? Hey man, is our leader really going to awaken that thing? Sounds like it, yeah, but I heard we need a meteorite to do it. Oh, I get it now. That's why the rest of the crew went out to Folabo? You got it, and until they come back, we're not to let anyone pass, right? Shit, I cannot get back. I need the cable car. What I do? Oh. Oh, this place spooky. This place many fire. Oh hey, it's Rathalos! Well, Raffling M. Lick. Another lick. Unlucky. It's okay, I have a bunch of antidotes. What? No way. Got him. Young male and female rattling are nearly indistinguishable at a glance, as their gender-dependent coloration has yet to develop. That's kinda cute. This is Tekken Papa. I mean, I have a Tekken Mama. We need a Tekken Papa. Who would I change out to? I don't know who to change away. I want to see how Seragios looks like. I've seen food, but food is so valuable now. Oh, do you fight? Oh god, not the rock again. I don't want to smell what the rock is cooking. Get out of here. Uh-oh. You shall not pass? I think you just waited forever just to say that phrase, huh? You shall not pass. Oh shit, full team? And their name is Dido? You Rocktor? Oh, this Akantor. Sorry, not Akantor. Agnector. Go, Super Snake. I have Macho Brace, so it's gonna be slower still. Oh! Interesting. They have Ice Wall? Let me lick them. Oh, they're not afraid of lick too? How about bite? I'm just gonna keep biting, hoping they will flinch. It just frustrates the shit out of them. Am I not rock type? I am rock type. So they have another type that neutralizes my rock too. Steel? Flinch. Oh no, this is really bad. I just want to train Super Snake, man. No paralyze, no bite, no flinch. Unlucky. I mean, one way to find out. But if they have rock, if fire hits, but I don't want to, oh, they're on the roll out. I should just Dragon Rage. Barlagual, who's that? Oh, another frontier representation? Oh my god, this is the best mod ever. Or the best ROM hack. So they are poison type. Poison ice? Whoa. That's big. A Sarachik is still here. Yeah, only one flying type and it's Sarachik. Really? Really? They know? They thought of everything? That's gonna hurt. Yeah. I think ground type against fire and poison is ×4. I think I can ignore that. Defense is special defense. I'm using Dragon Rage, so I'm a Pokemon. Monster Hunter. Dang it. I don't want to let them die, so... Monster Man? Mm-hmm. Don't crit. Okay, we good. Ring team. I think Rock could do it. Unless they have Dragon Rage, then I'm a little bit scared now. Poison Tail, okay. And food is tanky as hell, that I know. Also, her Merc is doing fantastic. Don't crit. Here comes my stalling threat. Leech Seed, and I can bulk up and then sweep the entire team. And a crit! And a crit! I don't think I can tank the next hit. Or maybe I can after this Leech Seed, and then the next hit doesn't crit, and then I can rest. Here's open. Wing attack? Okay, we're good. Alright, this is fine. This is ultimate strat, ultimate stalling strat. So Poison Tail, Wing Attack, Spikes, and something else, I forgot. With a Leech Seed. can roll out now. The roll out kills, and then I'm gonna keep going with the roll out with rising intensity. I had a feeling, because I already chose roll out, and I cannot use antidote, so I have to like commit to being poisoned for 5 turns. Nice. Great groggy? I mean, I'm already poisoned. What can they do? Oh, groggy tank. Oh, I didn't think Rocky to be this tanky. I have a sneaking suspicion that the last round is not gonna hit. What if I'm the director? Viper Tobi Kadachi? It hits? Hell yeah. That should kill. Yeah. Okay, that's 5, that's fine. You Roctor? I mean, it's fire type. My rock type is dead because of bolt clap. I'll just bring Spongy Boy in. Oh, yeah, there's spikes, I forgot. I might die here. I think I'm slower. I'm definitely slower. Oh! I hate it here. Really? They have strong SP defense? I'm gonna heal. Fuck it. Nice. What? In all caps? You regret this dearly? I don't think so. Yeah. Alright, let's go back down and heal again. What if something appears now? Is Barrev gonna appear? Kuka? I just realized that was a full Team Magma. Crazy. Oh, the pride flag. Oh, I have strength, right? Yeah. Hour 80? Isn't that really strong? Oh, no one can use strength? Oh no. Am I stuck? Oh shit. No one can use strength. Maybe after some of my monster evolve. Maybe it's possible to use strength after. I'm thinking Naja Runner should be able to use strength. Nice. I always plan them, but I never go back and pick them up. Nice. I wanna see if I can evolve Super Snake today. I caught hot Pokemon in Fiery Path, take a look. Well, hot monsters. Aren't monsters just hot all in general? Oh, there must be Rockthor there. I need that Rockthor. Gladius. Rocktomb normal. Oh, and a crit. I've always forgotten. Like Gladius have Metal Claw. Are they still fire? They might be still fire. Yeah, they are still fire. Okay. Yep, they are still fire. Guaranteed. Never smokes the fish, right? I can never train Super Snake if Super Snake just keep dying like this. Thunder Wave. We love Thunder Wave. I should still be faster, I think. Oh, we have a problem. Oh, we have a huge problem. with extremely huge problem now. And we miss? Flame body? Yeah, I forgot about that. I think being burned will reduce my damage even further. Does your paralysis never trigger or something? Damn, 1 health? I'm dead. Okay, thank you. Finally, the first time in the entire game. Bumpy ride, huh? I don't know who to give this to. I guess I just don't bring up food. Should be fine. Dylan? I've been battling on, haven't won very often. I can't get it to get it right. Take care. Oh, thanks, I guess. Where are we? I think this is where we can find Gladius. Oh, let me check one more thing. Euroctor, right? Okay, yeah. That should be in the cave, right? No. Okay, we want to fight. I don't know if I want to fight them now. Considering that my healing items are very limited. I need to know if there's a place to heal, then I'll come back to fight. Don't talk to anyone. I mean, if there's a house, there's a chance, right? Old ladies rest stop? Oh, the game knows. Oh my god, the game knows. Oh dear, aren't your Pokemon exhausted? If you'd like to rest up here, that's a fine idea. You should do that. Yes. That's right, take your time and rest up. Oh, thank you. Are your Pokemon still tired? You should take a little rest here. That's a fine idea. You should do... Sure. Are you still tired? Okay. Okay, nah, Grandmama, you're joking. They're not tired anymore. No, we good. Yeah, they're plenty. They're very well rested, thank you, Grandmama. Alright, now we can go back and fight them. Do you fight? What's that? What am I doing? I'm thinking about making my own room here using a Pokemon move. I'll give this TM, we'll use it to make our own room. Sure? Find a big tree that looks like it might drop some vines. Use secret power in front of the tree. Some vines should get free and drop down so you can climb the tree. You find a lot of space for putting your favorite things. It'll be your own secret room, a secret base. You should make one too. Another thing, you don't always have to use it to make a secret base in the tree. Unlock or walls that has small indents in them. I'm going to look for another place too. Okay, bye. Okay. Is secret power good? But depending on the location, it's 70 and 100. I think that's really good, no? Oh, a Stupa Snake? I might give it to Stupa Snake. I feel like Stupa Snake doesn't really have like a very good attacking moves. I mean, Bite is okay. Rock Tomb is fine. But Lick... I mean, Lick is good for paralysis, I guess? But I have Glare, so... I'll change up the Lick. I'll give this to Stupa Snake. And I kinda like Lick though. Glare is 75% accuracy. I don't know about that, but it guarantees paralysis. Lick doesn't guarantee paralysis, but chances are high. I want Lick. I like Lick. Especially licking I'm good. I'll change away Glare. Alright. There goes the TM. Do not look this way. Show me how much you've toughened your Pokemon, monster. Wow, cool trainer Wilton. Oh. That sucks big time, you know? It's physical. You have more attack than special attack. What happened? No, I just want to trade Stupa Snake. What is this? Why do you keep crit my Stupa Snake? What the fuck? Why are you like this? I just want to trade Stupa Snake. Fuck. fair enough. Super Snake is too unlucky, I swear, oh my god. Oh yeah, I mean, they are a cool trainer, so I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna sweep them anyway. Even with my paralyzed food. I'm sure food can do this. So far, no paralysis trigger, which is kinda surprising to be honest. I'll keep doing it until I'm like +6. +6 or plus... I mean, I'm +4 right now. I think +4 is good enough. I'll make it +5. Oh, I realize how fucked up the ice is here. I cannot unsee it now. Oh no. The eye looks so weird. Nice. The food is like crazy tanky. Why are they afraid of... Aren't they raw? Oh, they're fire. Of course it hurts because it's fire. I could just rest. I could just rest. Oh, they keep using Ember now. Maybe yeah, rest is a bad idea. Nibel Snarf, there it is. You give Nibel Snarf the sound of God of War? Wait, no, that's not God of War. Is that Kirlia? I think that's Kirlia. Makes two. So I'm. Nah, that one is still very high though. Oh, there we go. Here comes the paralysis. It's okay. I think I can rest now. Like I feel like this is death. Where's your magnitude 1? Alright, we good. Let me see a magnitude 1. I'm already sleeping, what do you want? I'm already sleeping. Oh my god. They blind. I guess Nibel's Snarf is kinda blind, question mark? 9. You got another 9. Alright. I mean, sure, it doesn't hurt, but still. It could have been a magnitude 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I cannot. I'm on rolling out. I cannot rest. I'm gonna take a full max turn sleep now. 79997. And it missed. And I sleep. I wanna see if like yawn is guaranteed 5 turns. Give me a second. Yawn move. Let me check. Oh, in the meantime, let me just like do this. Yawn makes the target drowsy in turn it used. Sleep lasts for 1 to 3 turn. Are you fucking kidding me? One to 3 turn is a joke. Are you sure? I got a 5 turn on yawn, and then now you're telling me it's only 1 to 3? That's on the Pokemon database. Are you sure? I don't believe that. Nah. Okay, that's 2 turns. I'm gonna sleep again because my health is low. This is guaranteed 2 turns now, so this is fine. What? Uh-oh, I'm gonna drown. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I like nip though. Drowning in milk might be better. Forward, there we go. Potion. You know, what if in the future there's a potion that people can just drink and it just becomes what they want, you know? That would be so nice, I swear to God. Just drink the potion, maybe transform into a dragon or a kobold. Including genders and stuff, like that would be nice. That would be extra nice actually. Goddamn yawn, man. Stop! You could have ended there! And now it's another 5 turn! Seven? One turn? I mean, Pokemon database says it's 1 to 3 turn. I got a 5 turn sleep just now, so I don't know if I trust that. 9, I feel like if I have magnitude, it's not gonna go 9. 5 times. 8. Was it 3 turns? I think. I lost count. They might have sent evasion or something. Increases evasion in a sandstorm, something like that. They might have that. Oh, that fight lasted 10 years. There's much to be learned from your training style. I request a rematch if it behooves you. Behooves? What does that even mean? Is that actually a word? Behooves? This is Isabel? I tried to catch a cute Plesioth. Got away though. Oh, you bet I was disappointed. I agree, Plesioth is very cute. Grandmama, I want sleep. Ooh. And then just once. I think once heals everything. Oh yeah, okay. So it's just the grandmama being nice, wants us to keep sleeping. Oh, the sandstorm is vicious. Oh. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh. Fine. I think there's one more fight here, yeah. Oh, aren't you an adorable trainer? I need a romantic battle? I'm somewhat decent. Lady, you're not a dragon. Please don't touch me. Ooh, Afternoon? Oh my god, OP character? Lick. Oh wait, lick doesn't work. Lick doesn't work. They are normal type. What am I doing? Hiya. Alright, stupid snake. I am switching you away. Oh my god, the slam. Jump kick. Hiya. Oh shit. Oh, I got super lucky. Okay. Raytheon. Raytheon's very afraid of rock, I think. Should be ×4. Poison fire. I'm not surprised. Stupid Snake is really not feeling it today. Oh my god, Stupid Snake, are you serious? Stupid Snake, you don't actually be stupid. Don't actually be stupid. What are you doing? Fine. Oh, hi, Horse Dragon. Oh my god, this was the last Pokemon generation I played. Oh, I played my last generation was 5? Black and White and Black and White 2. This one is just like, I played this one because it's Monster Hunter ROM hack. And it's really good. Who was I fighting against again? Radiant, right? Radiant Fire Poison. It's Steel. Oh, Steel is gonna make it... Yeah, it's gonna be normal. Fire Poison? Food? I cannot believe Super Snake is actually being stupid now. I tried to play Black and White when it was my brother, so I didn't really have access to it. Aww. I played it, well, yar har har with a bottle of rum, you know. On my PC, I played it. It's really great. I love Zekrom and Reshiram very hard. I'm gonna get destroyed by the... it's all good, don't worry about it. Look, it's Zekrom and Reshiram, how can I not? I don't care about Kyurem though, to be honest. Alright, Food has a stall strat. The Mega Stall Food. Leech said, bulk up until I'm tanky as heck and fucking roll out and sweep everything. On paper it sounds nice, but it never happened. The rollout keeps missing. I'm gonna rate the answer to this emerald. Oh yeah. This is a ROM hack. Right? So there's a person that puts in Monster Hunter universe into the Emerald universe. So these monsters are all from a different game. If you know Monster Hunter, then these guys should be very like obvious who they are. Water Pulse, but if you never played Monster Hunter before, then yeah, these guys might be very confusing. If you Water Pulse, then I can just change out Water Goon. Yeah. Give money. Oh, who's poisons? I forgot. Right, of course it's Super Snake. Are you sure? Maybe Monster Hunter took the idea from this game. You're a kobold, you're probably just confused. You know what? You're right. As a kobold, I might just be confused all the time. It doesn't come to a surprise now, don't it? Confused kobold noises. Oh, I can use Secret Power? But look, Secret Power has a stat of Power 70, Accuracy 100. How is that like doesn't do any damage at all? What is that? Okay. I watered the plants every day. They grew lots of flower. They gave me lots of berries too. Oh, thank you. Trying to make berries in different colors. Well, I'm just stealing them, so. I don't know why the first thing that happens in my brain is Raspberry. I should be ashamed. I should be so ashamed. Haha, Riz. I'm gonna Riz you up. I actually don't even know what Riz means. This is like children or like the younger generation word. I don't even know what they mean. I play a few Monster Hunter games, they are fun. I know. Not only they are fun, they also have like very bangable dragons in there. You know, as a kobold, I want to get destroyed by all of them dragons. It didn't stop at just stealing the berries, it took them and out of the ground. Very important. If you're gonna steal and make it clean, you know? We don't want to just steal a little bit of things and go hee hee. We're gonna steal and make it clean. Right? Oh, your monster look like serious actors. I have to ask you for an engagement? What do you mean actor? Fuck you. Well, maybe Stupa Snake is an actor, I don't know. Who Trainer Brook? Oh boy. Oh wait, Stupa Snake is good. Goes Rocktum. Hiya, thank you. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Disabled could have been detrimental. Wait. Alright, they're a cool trainer, I forgot. And get bitten. Oh, lucky. Get red. You're just a book. Haha. I'm feeling mean today. Nice. I love how 3 attempts of toxic just doesn't work. Very nice. Thank you, stupid snake. I think they're grass type, right? Oh. That loses speed, right? Harshly? Yeah. I might still be faster. Nope, that's a lie. Crit matter. Dogaron? Water type? I mean, Toby is electric, but Toby doesn't have electric move. Toby is steel and bug. I'll make them scared. Go, Toby. Get waved. Oh. Oh, lucky. That could have been bad. Think this should kill? Nice. Oh, it's okay. I think they're poison type, poison bug. I don't know what type they are, but I'm just gonna Fury Kata. It's so good. They didn't just look strong, they are strong. Thank you. Of course they are. I wish I could become friends with more strong people like you. Well, wish granted forcefully, I guess. Thank you, Grandmama. What is this? Well, I don't know what to do. I guess there might be some move to get in. Oh yeah, I remember this. I'm guessing it's a place for sliding down if you're above, or possibly some secret? Yeah, possibly. Oh, I'm thinking maybe... Sorry. I'm thinking maybe it's like a HM that allows me to go up. I'm way up here now. I want to make them green. It's the bird up. Am I not seeing any new monsters here? Oh. Lick that crab. Crab delicious. Lick him. Oh, look at that. I feel like lick is practically guaranteed paralysis at this point. Right, just one more lick and we should be good. I mean, one more lick, why not? Make it red. We have tasted the delicious crab. Get him. Easy. Sickle crab, a docent carapacion with an organic shell firmly placed on its back. Once grown, this shell will be replaced by the skull of a giant monster. How? Alright, your name is Soup. I mean, if a giant snake came out and started licking you, you'd probably be pretty stunned as well. Honestly, yeah. That's very fair. Lick him. Oh. Are you... What type are you? I mean, I know you are like Bishaten, but... Are you normal flying? No, you're not normal because I can lick you. You have boost. Ooh! You're grass type? How the fuck does that work? Does Bishaten has this ability in Rise? Can Bishaten even make people poison? Hengu Beast, an incredibly curious beast. It enjoys playing tricks on people and it has been seen to bat fruit at its prey using its tail. Bat fruit at its prey? You just chuck them? I mean, if they chuck them my way, I can just eat it, no? Any new monsters here? We have Thunderbug, Kuliaku, Bishaten or Bishu. Who else was there? Let me go, goddammit. Thank you. It's fun walking through the volcano's ashes on the ground and grass. You can see where you walked. It's really neat. Oh, these are volcano ashes? Oh my god. Must be deadly to breathe in. Holy shit. Are they all dead? It's volcano ash. Can you guess why it's so cool around here? We're all sniffing volcano ash, I guess. That's why it's cool. Fuck! There's so many people in Guga. I want Guga. And Kobo wants Guga. Get licked. Oh my god, Schnick. Long Schnick. That dag hypnosis emote is so good. Oh, how many times is Super Snake gonna get poisoned? Get that Guga? Guga? I would love to get that Guga. Oh, I'm dead. You never told me you have a fucking Mach Punch. It's okay. It's gonna hurt soon. Oh, I didn't. Okay. The crit definitely helped. The crit definitely helped there. I would get the Guga if it's like a wild one. That miss might have been detrimental. Holy shit, Rajan! Toby just showing their butt to their opponents. It sounds like what a Kobo would do, honestly. Especially if the opponents are dragons, then I would not be able to help myself. Holy shit, Aqua Fist feels so OP? That stings? Didn't you say that it was cool? Speaking of experience, I'd imagine. Probably. Maybe. I don't know about that. Maybe. It's like a weird patch of dust. Who put food there? Don't eat it. Super smoke. You want to paddle with me? Even though I just called my Pokemon. Hey, you chose to. Oh, hi Nexus. Oh my god, Beacon. Thanks for the help. Oh my god, Chanakara looks like a JoJo character. I guess I can lick them back. Oh my god! Thanks, Secret Power. Super Snake can't catch a break. Also, I hope Nexus is doing good. I miss looking at Lord Dragon in chat. Nice. Oh, and a crit. Nice. Nice. Conchu. Haven't seen this devil for a while. They're a devil for a reason. They're early steel type in the game. Nah, they okay. That crit was huge. Oh, nice. I think this is already like the maximum power of Fury Kata. I'll just have to keep doing it. Nice. Kazoo. Electric on electric action. Oh, that Kazoo looks like a wrong color. Aren't Kazoo white? Is it brown? Brownish red, this one? Yeah, that's a one shot. Fury Kata is very scary like this. You're all happy to win even though it's only me? What? I mean, I'm happy that I got 1500. Oh! 1500 from you. Oh my god, we're gonna look at Spongy Boy. Oh, Sponge. Oh, look at that sponge. Oh my god. Oh, that's such a cute sponge. Oh, I love that sponge. Banana sponge. Sponge nana. Banana sponge. Alright, I can take away the EXP share. Please give it to this Super Snake. Oh, prevents burn. Oh wow. And Toby just cool. Sarah Chick is also cool. Can I avoid this double battle? Oh, I cannot avoid this double battle. Okay. Were you maybe in the middle of gathering volcanic ashes? Can I gather them? Oh, thanks for finding me, B, but we still have to battle now. Okay. Zri got birdfish. Because Zri is a weird. Oh my god, 2 kitty, camper and ninja boy. Estival, who? Oh, I need to find Curio. Of course, there's Malzina. I guess we kick the bird. The Curio is too fast. Oh, nah, I'm dead. Can I not train the Pokemon? They just keep dying from crits. What is this? There's so many crit. They always crit. And I always crit when they have no health. I hate it. I cannot train them. What's that do, Grudge? It's out? Yeah. It's Malfestio. Love the owl? It is a really nice design. Whoa. Do I have to spam Leech Seed now? What? Happy cobalt noises. What does Crutch do? If the user is knocked out by an opponent's attack, reduce the PP of that specific move to 0. Oh shit! What did I kill it with? Ember? So my Ember is now 0 PP? Oh, thank you. I mean, hell yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Oh, wow, my Ember is 0. Yeah, that's kind of scary. Ow. Destiny Bond? On both of us? That's OP? Destiny Bond 1 for 2? Wasn't it 3 turns for the encore? That works. Oh yeah, no more Emperor. This is such a weird team to fight against, honestly. So what do I do with Destiny Bond? If they have Destiny Bond, they're gonna take out two Pokemon once they die? It sure looks that way. I know we're gonna hit Curio first. Nice. I guess I have to switch out both of these to prevent Destiny Bond? Question mark? But I guess I can deal with this one first. If I raw, I cannot stop though. What? I've been lurking, but I saw the Toby in game early and I appreciate jumpscare appreciation. Toby is great. And Toby amazing. So Curio doesn't really attack. Curio is just annoying, question mark? But then the Destiny Bond is huge though. We left Toby Katachi. I guess we switch out. Curio is there to be a horrid pain. I hate that. Looks like pure sabotage. I love Curio though because Curio means that there's going to be Malzeno in this game. So I need that Malzeno. We should be both faster. No, Spongy Boy might be slower. But just cut it. It's poison type. Triple Curio? Crazy. This confuses. Oh, I'm cool. Uh-oh. Bye-bye water pulse. At least there's no destiny bond, so I take that. That was such a weird fight. We got beaten cleanly. I'll use my ninjutsu on you, volcanic ash swirl cloak. What? It's already over? What's with you and your anime? Hiya. Black egg? Do I sell that? Oh, it's nugget. Yeah. Ha. It's Trent, ha. Trying to chat while climbing. It's harsh exercise, ha. Ooh, it's deeper now. We'll chat another time. Ha! You decided to call me, what do you mean? Shut the fuck up and climb. Hiya. I'll just kill you. Wait, am I allowed to do that? Oh my god. I'll just kill you. Grandmama, I need healing. Thank you, Grandmama. Still don't know how to get. I'm pretty sure I need an HM for that. Pokemon with guns suddenly already had that lawsuit. Oh no! Truly, we do. It's such a sad one too. Oh, a deep sleep. Water pulse is probably not going to kill. What is Gypsy type though? I mean, definitely poison. Alright, come out here, stupid snake. I need your tongue. They have 55 health. I need your tongue. Oh my god. Why are you afraid of ghost type? Are you also ghost type? Alright, now we capture... I'm gonna call this thing flashbang. Free. Very nice. Easy catch, no problem. Rubber bird? Rubber? Their skin has elastic properties like rubber, which insults against electricity. They are known to steal from humans and monsters, but they are also quite timid. I guess. That's why you have to flashbang, I guess. Flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. The insult electricity? Yeah, I cannot believe it. With their rubber skin, I guess. I don't like monkey. only one. Insulates? Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I use this parasol to ward off this filthy, yucky volcanic ash from my dear Numel. Oh, so you're gonna use Numel to fight me? It would be— how funny would it be if the entire game, because this person mentioned Numel specifically, it's going to be 3 Numel in this fight, and then everyone else just have monsters, and then they only have the only Numel in the game. Aww. They should be afraid of water. Does water sport increases water attack? Pokemon, does water sport increase water attack? No, water sport does not increase your Pokemon's water attack power. Water sport reduces the power of fire type move by 50%. Oh, so it's actually terrible then. Oh. If Pokemon in real life, I can imagine people naming their Pokemon with meme names. Yeah, I can see that as well. Nice. Spongy Boy is so strong now. Zupper. Oh, it's a nice pupper. It's an electric type Pokemon now, so you're flying. You're electric. Fire poison. Oh my god, it the pupper. Oh, 1 health. Nursilla? Bug poison, I think? And fire should be good. And that doesn't hurt as much. I wanna order drinks. Oh, what time is it? Almost 5 now. I don't think I can drink coffee now. If I drink now, I will not be able to sleep tonight. Iron Tail? Attack with a rock hard tail. Ooh. I want something else to do. You know what they can do with that rock hard tail? Am I too thirsty? Probably. I'll change the way smoke screen. I think I need a better passive move now. Yeah, that's fine. Also, my model is being janky because sun is shining directly at my face right now. Nice. Here, slide under my parasol. Let me register you in my Pokénav. Okay. Another forced double battle? Aww. Both of us, we collect ashes, we battle Pokemon too. Or we battle monsters too. Tia? Twins Tori and Tia. Oh, Gypsaros! A good old trans friend Tia. Oh! Oh, I didn't know. Heck yeah, that's nice. What would Gypsaros be? Poison Steel? Uh-oh, does Uproar hurt everyone? That'd be kinda funny. Oh, I healed. Thanks. Oh, it hits random people, okay. A leech said. Oh. Nice. Uproar kinda good. My camera is being janky now. Oh! A fire poison, right. I'm surprised how Spongy Boy is faster than Radiant, it's crazy. We couldn't win, it's boring, so I'm getting some more ashes. Oh. Fight Flute? What? You gather ashes for Flute? Who does that? Oh, it's Rathalos. Ashes are super good fertilizer. Oh! I actually didn't know that. Actually, give me a second. I wanna go toilet real quick. I feel a little bit of I think that's how you spell it, right? Schmur brick? I'll keep the game here. And I'm gonna go toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Well, also turn down the call. I just look at the sun. I look at the sun directly. Ow! I'm gonna close the curtain real quick after as well. I'll be right back. Break of minor level. Exactly. Shimon. I'll be right back. Take care of yourselves. I'm back. Oh, sorry. I don't know when I realized this, but my phone will do a squeaky noise if I shake it. But it doesn't really appear on my microphone. It's sort of just like gets cut off, I guess. But if I shake my phone, it has this weird squeaky noise. It's so interesting though. Oh man, I wish you guys can hear this right now. I don't know why it's so interesting to me though. Alright, anyway, I'm back. Funky co-op phone. Uh-oh, this dance is going on. Dance good. Right, let's continue. Why do I hear Pokemon noises, question mark? Hey. Wahahaha. I've been spun by Tekken. Today's technology is a wondrous thing. Take this volcanic ash here, it can be fashioned into glass. Oh, you're gonna fight? From off the ashes I leap, hiya! I challenge thee! Another ninja boy. Right. Are they gonna bring up 3 Curios again? Okay, maybe not. The Thunderbug X. I should be afraid of them, honestly. Is Bug afraid of ice? Help! I'm dead! Oh! Just normal? I'm just gonna Fury Kata. Nice. They are still faster even when paralyzed? Oh, I guess not. That was weird. Oh, they were using quick attack, probably. Another Thunderbugs? Thunderbug X. Got him. Draco Bug? Oh, it's the red one. Yeah, oh, that looks scary. What the hell? It looks like it came out from a straight horror movie. Oh my god. Oh, I survived. 12 health. Oh, thank god. That was kinda scary. With honor, I admit defeat? Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, witness the ancient ninja technique of Pokénef registration. I'm scared. Hello. It's fun to blow a glass flute while my boss is talking. This area is covered in volcanic ash, Huff Puff. I'm specially gifted Huff Puff. I make glass out of volcanic ash and make items, Huff Puff. Go collect ashes with this, Huff Puff. I got a soot sack. Just take that soot sack and walk through piles of ash, Huff Puff, and it will fill up with the volcanic ash, Huff Puff. Once you think you've collected a good amount, come see me, Huff Puff. So either oh flute. That's how you get the flute. My Pokemons are kinda dying now. Oh. I got 2 ashes. Hey, look, it's soup. I'm probably going to need a repel or 10 to get the ashes. Oh crap. The volcano's eruption is proof that the Earth is alive. I guess anything happens here in Earth means that Earth is alive. What do you mean? Focus energy. Oh, that's terrible. Junk kick? Ah, yeah. Double screech and it hits. Oh no. Jump kick. Yeah. I feel like Stairtrick's gonna get one shot. Balahara? Balahara! Ground? I mean, I'm flying, so I guess this is still okay. Ooh, that looks so cool! Gosh, they did... they do such a good job on the sprites. Holy shit. Oh my god, that hurt. Oh. I guess I'm gonna keep jump kicking. Octazuka? I'm dead. What the heck is an Octazuka? Oh, I'm constricted. Oh wait, I can still shift. Oh nah, accuracy fell. I'm still gonna do it. This is gonna hit. Oh hell yeah. I cannot unsee this. The eye looks so weird. I cannot unsee that. No. My Antonov. I might want to change it out. Of each suck is pretty not bad. Ten of each suck. Oh. Oh, Zeus! I didn't know you were streaming. Well, you're playing dark and darker. Why do I feel like I've seen that game before? Hi again, Brecky.
We the kobolds hunger, feed us or we go on yipping strike.
It's dark and darker. Feed us or we go on a yipping strike. I mean, I'm a kobold. I should join the yipping strike, no? Hi, Coffee Mensa. I feel like I've seen Nazi play the game a lot back then. I think so, yeah. I think it's Dazzy. Yeah, Dazzy. I hope that was fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. Welcome in people from Jade's channel. Jade from Zeus's channel. Hope you are doing good. I'm Taylor. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. What is that? Fall Larbor. Oh, I'm close to town. I need to go town. I cannot fight anymore. What the? Will back be full? I didn't even know. Wait, I can use on Epinov? What can I use this for? I want to see what Epinov will become. Whoa. Oh, I'm gonna become other herbivore? Oh! Renoplos, of course! That's kinda cool. What? I like Aptonov more. That's kinda sad. Jade. Nice. And food evolved to more food? Probably. I mean, is Renoblos more food? I like Abdonoff more though. Can I buy more stones here? Can I use it again? I'll buy one. Crap. Monoblos? I don't think Ectoville can evolve into Monoblos. Oh my god, I can sell the rare candy for money. I can't find Renoblos. RHENOPLOS, I think. What if you ban every word but yip from chat? Is there a way to only allow yip in chat? I feel like banning every single word in the entire universe is counterintuitive. Or it might be just too hard to do in general. But that'll be fun though, only yip allowed from chat. Like a redeem. You can't whitelist? Oh. You can only blacklist? Twitch sucks, god damn it. I wanna give it to Spongy Boy. Oh, can you use anymore? Oh. I'm gonna change that out then. I don't like Renoblos. Like one where every phrase said in chat has to be unique, or you can only say words in alphabetical order. I got lost at every phrase said in chat has to be unique. Oh, but Leech Seed is so good. I just don't like how Renoblos look like now. I don't like it. Oh, can I use the PC? You are? Tiara, I can see that you're training. You use the Pokemon storage system I developed. How I arrived at that conclusion is a simple deductive process. You spoke to me because you wanted to access something on this PC. I'm Lynette. I'm glad to meet you. It's great you are using the storage system. If you should, please visit me at home. My house is on Route 114. Okay. There's a streamer who sets a bot to ban people if they say the wrong thing as a joke. Mutes them for 5 hours. Oh, 7 food. That every phrase has to be new. Oh, or only positive chats. They can only say good things, they cannot say bad things at all. I mean, I like Barbabian. I didn't change the name for Barbabian though. Oh. And if you talk while the snake is looking at you, you die and get banned. That's kinda scary. Hi, Punchy. Duck Duck does that sort of thing a lot. Duck Duck? What are we talking about? Like he made a bot that acts like a snake. If you talk while the snake is looking at you, you die and get banned. Like visually? Duck Duck. He does silly streams with botsy codes. Funny human. Duck Duck. I'm curious now. Duck Duck. Oh. 1.1 million? Oh my god. The bell pepper? with eye? That Duck Duck, right? The snake will add people in chat if they talk for 45 seconds after getting added, they get bitten. Oh. Holy shit. Man, like coding is such magic sometimes. I don't even know how that works. That's the one? Oh, I'm so curious. I want to follow just so I can catch a stream someday, and I want to see what they do. It's so cool. Hey, look at Bunchy. Bunchy, very cool. Thank you, Evie. Get the cute otter. He plays with AI models, but in genuinely fun/interesting ways. Yeah, that's why I feel what people should do with AI instead of just like generative AI, right? See, AI can be beautiful if used right. What did they call Babian again? His AIs are trained only on his content and use his own voice and his friends. Yeah, that's nice, that's nice. That's like a very nice use of AI. Like I mentioned, generative AI is just bad in general. It's a no in my book always. I guess it's time to collect volcanic ash. And Professor Cosmo went off to Meteor Falls on Route 114 with some people from Team Magma. Isn't Team Magma bad? Precious Azurio? Also, yeah, Renault Plus is a food monster. Yeah, it is, but still, it doesn't look as good as Aptonov. Every one of them, I can teach Pokemon those moves. Heart skill. Oh. What? Wait, no, wait. How do I get heart scale? Can Stupa Snake learn something cool? I'm curious what Stupa Snake can have. Wait. Let me save first. Because I don't know how to get the heart scale. I assume I only have one, unless I have 10,000. How much do I have? Only one. How do you get this? Alright, I'll use it. What? Only this? Oh my god, stupid snakes suck! Yeah. Then let me try some other ones then. Spongy boy? Oh, that's it. They know. Didn't you say all the moves that monster knows? And they only know these moves? I don't believe it. Like, these are the only moves that I gave up. Yeah, these are the moves that I've gave up. Huh? Or did this person suck? I got lied to. Move rememberer? Maybe it's a move rememberer, but they say it's a move tutor. That's why I'm like so excited about. Move deleter. Pokemon to forget their moves? No, I'm good. I saw... Oh yeah. In search of trainers. Gappy, hi, today I'm visiting an area near Route 111. Up and coming new talent in the field. Oh, it's them! I think that's the one that teaches any move the Pokemon can learn and its level or lower. Yeah, I mean, I've been lied to. He specifically said that they know all the moves that the Pokemon knows. Like, all the moves that Pokemon knows? That should be huge, right? And then it's just like, it's a rememberer, it's not a tutor. How strong the trainer is? Well, the fastest way is to battle. That's how we end up battle with Tutor. In a dominating performance, we were flattened, rolled up, and tossed aside. Ruthlessly strong. Here's our impression after having battled our featured trainer. The combination of Actoville and Tobi Kadachi was divine. The sight of them, Actoville and Tobi Kadachi selflessly supporting each other in the thick of battle. It was a marvelous sight to behold. Bulk Up was the move the trainer used last in our battle. Bulk Up to kill. The move Bulk Up is Actoville and Tobi Kadachi's signs of friendship. I love Bulk Up. Bulk Up good. After our battle, we asked Tira for a succinct summary. Right, I said that. The trainer replied, weak. It's just weak. Sometimes it involves moves that weren't learned by its pre-evolution, but sometimes it doesn't have move of pre-evolutions. I just feel like I got lied to by that person. I hate that person forever. There is Pokemon Actoville and Tobi Kadachi, and weak. Weak. That's deep. That's deep significance behind that quote. Weak. It's no surprise a good trainer has good things to say. I don't think that's a good thing to say. I'm scared. If they think weak is a good thing to say, I don't know what to tell them. I guess we can double battle this one, do we? I guess Sarah Chick and SpongeBob can try. Now that I don't have Leech Seed Stall Strat anymore, it's gonna be hard. The warm tree is making me drowsy. Better with me so I can stay awake. With these wings I can flick you away. Wings? Goddamn, where are your wings? How'd you get them? I need that wing. Birdman, Picnicker Sophie, and Birdkeeper Kobe. Chicken? Focus energy. Water pulse. Are you not fire type? Spongy Boy is so fast. Oh. Oh, Icy Wind hits both? Oh, that's nice. I mean, my main target is Sarachik, so... Lowers both with the speed as well? That kills, very nice. Nice. Rain Dance. Boost the power water type move for 5 turns. Oh wow! I don't know though. I'll just change out water sport. It sucks. Right, there we go. Dupper? Oh no. Guess I'll do Icy Wind again. Make them slower. Oh. Thank God it's not hit. That's not aiming at. If that's aiming at Sarachik, I lost. I think that doesn't kill Sarachik. Yeah, I should have aimed them. I love how Zapper's noise is just whooper. Whooper noise. Oh, this might kill. Okay. I'm doing it. Double super effective feels good. Oh, Spongy Boy carrying the entire team now. Nice. Butter Babylon. Wing attack. I'll change away Fury attack. It's not that good. Oh, bye bye Spongy Boy. That kills. Unless that doesn't nullify Leech Seed, I'm sure. Oh, does it? I think it does. Huge. Yeah, flying poison. Flying poison. I mean, Icy Wind would do, but I don't want Spongy Boy to die. Hi, Donnie. Thanks for pick. Remember, you're amazing. Oh. Not these days. I feel like I have been doing a lot of things. Which I totally should. Oh. Muffin? Thunder Moglin? Oh my god. But thank you, Donnie. Also, hi again, Brecky. Hi, Thunder Moglin. Hi, Muffin. Sponge? I love Sponge. Sponge good. Hi again, Nexus. What was Muffin doing? I'm now double here. Hi again, Punchin. Sorry about the pitu noises. Hi again, Suri. Celeste. Ooh. How was Celeste? I remember playing Celeste before. Super fun. Also mega hard. Oh! Thank you, Greenium.
Thanks to @purple_soul for my sub gift.
Alright, there we go. Thank you, Greenium. I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm feeling much more fine today, so thank you. Thanks again, Muffin. Celeste was good, working my way through the B-sides and got... Oh. Oh yeah, sorry. The hearts? Berries up chapter 4. Oh, okay. I want to say I love the dancing one, super adorable. Oh, that one is made by Zeo. Yeah, Cobalt Zeo. Amazing dancing. All the people. Hi, Ixon. Oh my god, more tapping. Hope you are doing good. Very happy Cobalt noises. I'm playing Pokemon Monster Hunter. We all save a dog and we all save the food as well, so... Did the boobs get bigger or did the Cobalt get smaller? I think the boob remained the same size, but I would like to think that the boob gets bigger. Because I like being small. Small, good. I got the schmuck bomb. That was fast. Perhaps I've simply not been pooping enough. Well, I like poop, so especially a poop from Tekken, even more nice. Oh, this is Malia. Pokemon holding up might just won a battle. Barrow was spectacular, I must say. Oh, Barrow is really strong in this game. I want all the doost. I should buy more smug bam. I got so many people. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Ixon. Oh, I don't have repel anymore. There's so many rare candies. Oh yeah, these are like the mod provides this many rare candy so that you can sort of progress through the game without having to retrain the monster you want to change out. It's really nice, but I haven't been using them a lot because I have EXP share, so I'm gonna not use rare candy as much as possible. Can I have one? Of course. I can just gonna like take one rare candy like oh, I have a super smoke. I want to fish for muffins. Would Muffin give me a picture so that people can fish for muffins? Can I have the one that Arch Muffin would get? I mean, you have to ask Muffin for that, no? Because it's Muffin's candy. They say it's fine. I think I'm already fishable, am I not? I don't think I've put Muffin in the pond yet. Did I? Let me check. Why do I feel like I have a bit of a memory of putting Muffin into the pond? No. Nope. Muffin is not yet fishable. Fish something nice for Archie? Maybe I'm thinking of a different combo stream? Probably. A spiky sea urchin that isn't a muffin? I love fishing. Fishing is great. I think I fished once in real life. Just something about waiting for the fish to bite feels satisfying. And when you feel the shake on the fishing rod, it's like, ooh, something caught on. It's like, oh shit. I like that feeling, it's cool. It's your fishing rod? But that bite is too strong, Becky. How many deuce do I have? Bites your braggy catch? A lot of ashes? A glass item? Whoa. Pretty desk, pretty chair? Black flute? None of ashes? 608? Are you crazy? I'm gonna buy so many repellent or smoke bombs. Oh, they're so expensive. I'll buy 10. Okay, that should be good. The Kobo is a big spender. Alright, we're gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna start collecting a lot of dust. I don't know what the black flute does, but I just kinda want it. If only there's purple flute, I'm so gonna change that one, but they don't have it. Oh my god. That was quick. Why are you greening the grass? Because I wanted to get the dust. Many pet. Oh, they don't get like. I guess I have to switch zones for it to like this. I like this. This is kind of fun. Just gathering dust. I think I muted my mic so many times today. I don't know why I still keep coughing. It's kind of sad. Did you get something? I'm getting a. I mean, they mentioned 608 dust can give me a black flute. I don't know what that does, but I want that. Yeah, maybe I want all the flute. I don't know. I don't even know what the flute does. I don't have particularly bad allergies, but seeing all this dust shaking up, making my nose twitch. Oh no. I used to have absolutely horrendous allergies when I was like mid-school. I used to always like sneeze and cough and just have a really bad time for the entire morning until like a certain time has passed, and then I'll feel much better after. Like that was absolutely horrendous, and I have that for many years. Like until I graduated from mid school, and then it kind of stopped having it. It was really bad. Hi Roxas. But yeah, I don't like allergies. I'm pretty sure no one likes allergies. It's really bad. And then I remember I was already alienated when I was in like school time, right? And then because of this as well, plus the allergies that I had when I was like in mid school, people just alienate me even more, right? So in primary school and mid school, I have no friends. People are way afraid of me because of my diabetes, right? Their parents telling the kids, saying that diabetes is contagious, so that no kid will ever approach me ever. was like the worst my worst nightmare back then. So I was a very loner, and I was getting bullied daily. I don't know why I suddenly go to a tangent like this, but she's kind of my one of the very sad things that I have to experience when I was a kid. But it's all good now. I mean, I'm here. I'm here as a kobold, even more happier than I ever be, because I like being a kobold. Right? I think honestly, making me a kobold is like my best decision I've ever made. It all dawned onto me, right, when I was like, oh, I really like dragons. I should be a kobold. And then eventually I make Tiora, and it's like, ooh, I vibe with Tiora so heckin' much. And then eventually I made Tiora like my official character that I use on the daily. Maybe even sometimes consider myself as Tiora. It's like, Don't know what the black flute does. I think I'll take it and then I'll know what it does. I mean, shouldn't be too long now. I mean, this should be more than 600, I hope. If we count each super smoke is 200... 200 dust. Minus about 10, I guess. I think I said it before, but you still seem like one of the most koboldy people I've met. Really? That's a huge praise coming from a dragon. Oh, that makes me particularly happy. But I'm glad. I feel like I'm like the least amount of kobold out of all the kobold streams that I've seen. It never occurred to me that kobold was an option for Sona species until very recently, or else I might have a kobold Sona by now. I mean, you can always make another. I still interact with my interact with people with my forest cryptid character, and also my snake and my dragon. I still love them all. Like they are my creations. Right, let's go see how many dust I've accumulated. Join us in Dual Sona Land. I have 4. Oh no, I'm so greedy. I'm so greedy. Rathalos? I have Tekken Papa already. Give black. Oh, yeah. I finished your black flute. But my opossum then. Wait, Banshee is a third? Oh my goodness. A glass flute that keeps away wild Pokemon. Oh. So do I use it? Forever? I wanna see Possumberg. I wanna see Possumberg. I wanna see Dirk. Whoa, I just got a free repel. So a smoke bomb actually. Or not. I think it wore off. It lowers encounter chance by 50% until you swap area. Oh. It says will be repelled though. Oh. What? Green! Thank you! Thank you for the gifts up towards Stunchy. I guess I can try to get all the flute here. Not enough ash. 439. I'll still use the super smoke bomb until I'm out of super smoke bomb. Then I'll use the black flute. Sorry. It's 3k to get all 4 flutes? 3k? Holy shit. How much is that black flute? I still don't know. They never say the price, but it just says that, oh, I have enough. Or like, oh, you don't have enough. What if they're scamming me, you know? Oh, why is that hype train? What happened? $1k, 500, 250. So I'm sorry. I got the cheapest one? 250? And that took me like 10 years to do. I'll probably do this off stream then. I kinda want to get all the flute just to put it in front of Dragon and just be like, I'm so proud, oh my god, I have many flute. I have many shame. I think I need to start wiggling to bed. Have a good one, all your good beans. Have a very good EP muffin. And thanks for the raid again. Always love Dragon. It's kinda weird how it doesn't repel completely. I'm gonna speed up. I'm so fast. To be fair, lowering encounter chance by 50% may not be as strong. When the music is sped up, it's so funny. It's not that good, but it's free. That is true. It is technically free, just gonna spend some time on it. Also, I don't know how that hype train triggered. But hey, when I see a hype train, it's appreciated. That means something good is happening. I might be able to get white flute now? Question mark? Not enough. 48? Ooh, okay, okay. Shut up, shut up. I just need 48 more. You know, in the back of my mind, I was hoping Black Flute will behave like a normal smoke bomb. It's just like 400 steps. I'm okay with that. But I feel like that might be a little bit too OP. Like, I don't need to buy repellent anymore. Yeah, that might break the game's balance. I always thought the game was a bit broken in Pokemon. You have no money until you reach Elite 4 or rematches, then you're rich. Nice. Lures wild Pokemon? Lures wild Pokemon is crazy. Only 1,250 left for the other 3 flutes. I guess I can do that, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day since my throat still kinda hurts today. Here, let's go buy some super smokes again. Oh, do I have money for it? I have some. Makes an encounter happen in your tile whenever I am. Like grass? I mean, of course not like the normal tile. If a tile that is able to spawn Pokemon, White Flute does it? It's good for the few Pokemon that only spawn in one tile of water or grass. Oh. Crap. I'm gonna store my rare candy. I didn't know there's like a backspace in this game. That should be good. But is there like a very specific tile that spawns a very specific monster? That would be crazy though. I forgot to buy it. I'm cheating. I'm speeding up. Alright, time to gather more dust. Shouldn't be too hard. I don't know about this mod, but in base Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, there's like 5 Pokemon that only spawn in one tile. And if you had to walk back and forth, you would get the wrong tile half the time. Oh, that is crazy. A Pokemon that only spawns in one tile is... Can I use the word diabolical? Because that is kind of... Is it that bad that it deserves the word diabolical? I feel like personally that's like so sad. I mean, of course we are white flute now, but still. One of them is also random based on your trainer ID. The tile changes. That's way too fucked up. I don't like that. Dust. Gonna make my allergy worse. A couple? I found a couple of my opossum dirt and send it back. I'm gonna go look at them now. Opossum dirt. Oh my god! I love them. I think this one deserves this sticker. Boom. It's so fucking adorable. Oh my god. Keeping secrets from chat. It's secret. Very secret. Hi Jason. More second. Hello. I should drink more water, yeah. Sorry. Opossum dirt looks so unique though. I think we start from below. There was kind of a lot of wasted steps. Ooh. Can you look into the suit pouch? The suit sack. I guess not. Red? Oh, a glass flute that snaps Pokemon of attraction? They cure debuff? Wait, that's crazy. All of attraction is crazy. I mean, it's very specific and very like niche, but when it happens, that's gonna be huge. Oh wow, okay. Oh wait, did I waste that one? I wasted one. Oh wait, no, I think I didn't use it, yeah. You might be able to get more. The last three are cheap. Oh, okay. Okay, let me, after this smoke bomb. Why are there sometimes Pokemon noises? Oh wow, okay. I guess just two more super smoke, then it should be fine. Honestly though, being a kobold, I'm gonna do another kobold rant? No, probably not rant. It's not rant, but it's just me rambling, I guess. Yeah, it's just me rambling. As a kobold, one of my dreams is like having multiple dragons hold me. Oh man, my kobold levels are rising, I think. According to the internet, there's no explanation to why there's random Pokemon noises, but I assume that it was to make it feel like wild Pokemon are around. Oh, I guess that's pretty cool. That's fine in my book. Imagine being held by multiple dragons and then this kobold just making yip noises because of being like so excited. Oh my god, what's happening to me today? Just sharing all my deep, dark desires. My deep, dark desire of being a kobold. Oh wait, did I say one more super smoke? I was so lost in the sauce that I forgot. This is Tira therapy after all. I guess it kinda is. Multiple wing hugs, yes. It's a universal desire in a way. After you do this, before you buy the flutes, check the table. I mean, there's nothing there. Wait, no, yes, table, the cost of table. Oh, pretty table, right? Before I get the food, okay. Pretty desk? What the fuck? Nah, how do... No way! You want me to spend days here just collecting fucking... fucking dust? It costs 8,000! What the fuck? Oh, so I have 691? I guess I can get both food? Yeah. That was 550? No, that was 650? Oh. Can we get the blue flute? Snaps Pokemon out of confusion. Oh, wow, these are for free! And then I assume I can just keep using them? $1K for white and black, $250 for blue. I have 691. I'm left with 59. $691减59. That one cost 632? 500 for red and yellow, according to Wiki? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, the mod might have changed it a little bit, I guess. Hi, Lex. Oh my god, Sputa. Easy solution, 20 minutes of snaps between purchases? But no money. Super smoke expensive. Not practical, just easy? Yeah. I mean, I can honestly just... Oh, also, hi Pinky. I can just use the black flute, but it's not that potent. Like, it repels Pokemon, but not really? Right? If I have unlimited money, which I can have, right? By selling all the rare candy, but I don't want to cheat that much. That is basically cheating, and I don't want that. Makes the game unfun, I would say. We get down with steppies in. If a dragon with steppies, the combo that'll be nice. Running also makes encounters more common. Oh, really? So I have to walk to meet less encounter? I didn't think about that. sure feels that way. Ooh, wow. Oh. Whoa. Hey. I guess I have Butter Puppy and that doesn't hit too hard. Want a healthy activity for the lungs, especially now that I'm coughing a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Just googled it. Never mind, the running change was in hard gold souls. Oh, okay. Then I can still run then. They're not afraid of my crap. What the? That's not gonna kill, I'm pretty sure. Why are they not afraid of flying? Also, thank you, Pinky. I should just try and capture it. I mean, if they are not afraid of flying and... The one I'm fighting against? That's Zenogre. The good puppo. Steel and flying is not afraid. If you're not afraid of steel... I mean, for sure that was electric type. What type can it be to not be afraid of steel? I don't know, I couldn't think right now. I'm just gonna try and capture it. Is it another bear? Whoa. Excuse-moi? No, that worked out. Thunder Wolf Pokemon. Their fluffy fur aids them in building up static electricity, which they use to attract Fulgur bugs and form a symbiotic relationship to amp their electricity. There you go. I mean, electric dog. That's original. I want a name for this. I cannot think of any name right now. Zeppy Papo? Zeppy Papo? Maybe? PUPPO. Oh, hey, that works. Oh, Zeppy Papo. Supper duper supper. Fire, water, and electric are resistant to steel, I think. Oh, is electric also resistant to steel? I didn't know about that. Then okay, yeah. And we have the Zeppy Papo. It kind of feels like running encounters more easily. Yeah, mod could have changed it. Since I'm playing a mod, so everything is kind of hard to determine here. Appreciate the help though. It was something in Emerald? Wait, can I get blue fruit now? I don't think I rolled a lot. Nice. Do you heal? The blue fruit heals? Awaken sleeping Pokemon. So, yeah, 3 flute that cures ailments, and then 2 flute that plays with the encounter thing. Kinda interesting. But I feel like I might have to call it a day today. My throat's starting to hurt again. Attract is so random. Yeah, that's why I mentioned that it's like it's like such a niche moment where you get like attract ailment. I never do this. Don't think it's worth for confuse, like to cure the confusion. So it can be okay since it's a misturn anyways. That is true. I guess when confused is 30% chance if I remember correctly. Well, in this game it sure feels like it's at least 80%. And that, like, whenever I get confused, I think I only hit them twice out of all the turns that I got confused this session. So I think this mod does mess with the chances in this game, that there's no way that the Pokemon game is so unlucky. I don't believe in it. I feel like this mod could have been rigged a little bit at least. Just at least a little bit. I can almost guarantee that this is what happens. The game is a little bit more rigged than the official version of Pokemon. 50% before Gen 7, 33% after. Still, what I encountered was at least 80%. Right? I mean, the things about chances is really hard to say. Right? I don't know. I'm thinking I kind of want to play more of these tomorrow. Or do I do a marathon until I finish this one? I could do that. But yeah, let's stop here for today. I already saved, right? Just save save once more for good measure. Okay, there we go. Oh, did the game become smaller? Oh, it changes accordingly? That's kinda cool. But yeah, let's stop here for today. I cannot believe it, my throat is starting to hurt again. Bum. Bum. I'm here again. I'm a big bald again. I like to be small though. Oh, this one is very soft. I used the volume master. Change it to 350. There we go. We can't end the subathon here. We still need 19 more hours. Where is the subathon? Where? Did I mention no? There's no subathon here. I don't think I'll be able to do subathon at all. Here forever stream. I mean, I'll always be here I'll always be here when it's time for me to be here. Unless something happened, then that's a different story. It's hard to say. Also, I didn't think about this, but Versus Retrospector Part 2 is coming out soon, apparently. I didn't think about... I already forgot about Versus Retrospector. It's a Friday Night Funkin' mod that I always love. But I haven't played Friday Night Funkin' for such a long time. And now Retrospector is coming out soon. Maybe I could play Friday Night Funkin' for a little bit again. That would be fun. Although it is a little bit dangerous to play Friday Night Funkin' because I remember when I put the title as Friday Night Funkin' or just the category as Friday Night Funkin', there's like so much people that just comes into the chat and be like, play my mod. Come on, play my mod, pussy. You won't. It's super hard. Like, I swear to God, every time I used to play a lot of Friday Night Funkin' back then because I genuinely loved the game, and the game not as popular now. Good, right? I'm still scared, right? There's still these like. It was super popular for a bit. When I was playing it, it was already like the hype was dying down, but still a lot of people that just comes in. I'm pretty sure it's still gonna happen, despite it being not popular now, right? There are so many mod creators for the game, right? And it's just you can't ignore them. Their mod isn't as good as my mod. Wait, you have a mod? You should play it. Ooh. Why if you play it but put category as just chatting? I was thinking about that. Yeah, some games attract trolls more than others sometimes. I know, right? It's something like Minecraft is one. Friday Night Funkin' is one that's even worse than Minecraft somehow. Surprisingly Deep Rock Galactic, but I feel like Deep Rock Galactic is not troll specifically. Deep Rock Galactic is more elitist, right? Yeah, more elitist than actual like. I'm a mod, play me. Of course I'll play X and like wow. Heck yeah. A dragon? Roblox is a cesspool. I never in my entire life wants to touch Roblox. But there is a mod or two that someone mentioned that I can play as the actual dragon. It was Creatures of Sonaria and Dragons Adventures on Roblox. So I still have that noted down. I haven't checked Roblox yet because it's like very scary. I might just look at it off stream. I never want to like look at it on stream. Something about Roblox, right? No. There's a streamer I follow that sometimes play Roblox and it gets full of kids actually playing the world. Yeah, holy shit, that has to be so scary. I usually find streamers through text, but amusingly, more people find streamers through game categories instead, and then act funny when they realize they're in a furry stream. Facebook, I know, right? It happens multiple times actually, right? I know how non-furry comes into my chat sometimes and be like, what the fuck are you, right? They come in with this phrase like, why would you come here if you don't know what I am, you know? Oh, why would you click on, maybe they are curious, I guess? It's just kind of funny, to be honest, and sometimes I like to like talk to them a little bit, you know, just treat them like a normal chatter, right? How I treat them, how I treat other people as well. And usually if they're cool, they're cool. If they're not cool, you know, I always have the band hammer ready. And remember last time there was people coming in, it's like, do you identify as trans? That person? I never talked about this, but last time when that happened, I already have like /ban that person's name. Like if they comes in and ask this question as their first chat, I guess it's fine, but the way they phrase it and the way they ask questions, I feel like they are trying to do some bad mouth on me after asking all those questions, right? So if it were me, it would have been instant. Okay, what the follow-up is. Yeah, that's fair, right? That's fair, because the way they're asking about like what I identify as and what my favorite pet is, and then like. And then they asked I said about the pet that I like, and then they just suddenly gone, because at the back of my mind, honestly, I was thinking they're probably going to say something like, "Oh no, you are a animal, you know, the zoo PDF." Something like that, a zoo PDF file, yeah, PDF file, something like that, right? I don't want to be too obvious about it, because the way they ask and the things they ask is like very specific. It's like, right, Can you /ban me when I ask you for your horns? You can. Why would I ban you if you ask me for my horns? I think that's fine. That stranger failed the vibe check. On first sentence they do, but still I'm willing to give like benefit of the doubt sometimes. Most of the time actually. Who the fuck opens up with that? Especially if they check the text, it's obvious. True. Any horns, and then they could boomerang. I feel like they could, but I don't think I can detach my horn. It's my horn. I no. I don't think. My horn. I like my horn intact. Sounds like someone who doesn't pass the Harkness test. They're already non-human. We need a boomerang for the Great Boomerang Festival I'm planning on founding. Oh wow. There's a boomerang festival? What do you do in that festival? Do you just throw boomerangs at people? Isn't that kind of scary? Or dangerous? I wouldn't say scary, but dangerous. There's not yet. I need a boomerang first. You can get a boomerang, but not my horn. I still like my horns to be intact. Boomerang Marathon stream when? Oh, speaking of, since there's more people here currently, right? I want to mention something. Tomorrow is my birthday, hooray, yay, right? But I didn't plan on anything yet. I already planned something, but because for the past few weeks I've been so weak and I always been bedridden for like most of the time when I'm not doing anything. So I didn't really do much. But on next Saturday, I do plan on doing that rate the character, rate the OC kind of thing, right? I still want to do that, and maybe even some other games that I can play with other people as well. Now, I'll think about it. But the main thing I'm gonna do that day is going to be me as a kobold rating other people's character, something like that, right? You know, it would be funny when a kobold just goes like, "No, dragon." Oh, dragon, like 10 out of 10. Tomorrow you turn purple years old? You could play Satisfactory with Braggy next week. I don't think I would like to play Satisfactory, it's just too hard for my kobold brain to comprehend. Yeah. Needs ratioed. It's easy, just need more iron. Isn't that Minecraft thing? And the playing Satisfactory isn't hard if you don't care about it looking neat. I mean, just the amount of machinery that requires to work on the machinery is so difficult. I don't think my brain can comprehend something like that. It's also a satisfactory thing and a factorial thing. Yeah, I saw Johnny Dirk play factorial, and it looks so difficult. It's like what's with all the heckin' belts, conveyor belts and stuff. Like, whoa, holy shit. And there's so many machineries that does different things. Like, oh god. Kinda scary, not gonna lie. But my friends don't like playing games with me no more. Is it Factorial or just games in general? The fact that Factorial is supported in Archipelago is scary to me. Oh, Factorial is supported in Archipelago? Is kind of scary. Games that last more than 40 minutes at a time. So something like Left 4 Dead, they also cannot do it? Yeah? 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 Satisfactory is also supported by Archmuffin. I mean, Muffin, oh my god. But yeah, I'll plan something on next Saturday. I'll try my best. Might not be as extravagant, but I do try. I want to try to make it do a bit of a long stream because I haven't done that in a while. Not too long though. I'm probably gonna do like 12 hours sounds good. 12 hours sounds good. I don't think I'm gonna do more than 12 hours. Wait. Kobold cannot wait. 40 hour? No thanks. Like Minecraft and stuff, they don't play games that would take more than one sitting together. Oh yeah, it's like they only play one session and has to finish that session. So they wouldn't play Monster Hunter as well. That's unfun. 1200 hours help? No help. Let's rate Johnny there. Random Steam key? But like it's just randomly generated numbers. What's a Steam key? Does it? Do they have a key? I don't know. They have keys. Oh. 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 Some folks use them for giveaways and such. So the keys are like a game. I didn't know about that. Thanks, Bunchy. A product key is the code that attaches to your account so that Steam knows you own the program. So technically all the games that I play in my Steam account can be a code? Or some of them, but they can be region specific sometimes. Oh yeah. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Brecky. I need to lie down. My throat hurts. My throat hurts. Do you have Dragon games on your phone? Sniff. Steam keys once used cannot be reattached to a new account. I know something they can help throw. Oh. Milk does help. Trouble is a randomly made key could theoretically steal a game from someone. Oh shit. Yeah, let's not do that. You can find Steam keys if you look for them, but it's not really useful to the user. Oh. Snake's keys. Oh my god, look at that key. Wow. Why does that key jingle does something to my brain? Normally Steam keys after attached to an account is only useful when dev wants to find stolen keys. Complicated stuff. I'm just gonna plug my things real quick. Oh my god, wait. It's okay, I'm just gonna plug. I have a coffee. Coffee helps. Money good. I also have a Discord channel. You can add games to your account by keys alone though, useful for winning giveaways. Oh yeah, Discord channel. Dragon Simping Corner. We have a place to simp on dragons, and also I will announce my stream stuff over there so that people would know firsthand what happened to my stream or something like that. Discord also good. I think that's pretty much it. Need the rate message. Only a single channel, definitely not the whole server. Yeah, not the whole server. Thank you, Pinky. Taking the keys and using the gateway vehicle. Small Kobo mobile. Heading out, enjoy yourself, Bob. Thank you, Horse Dragon. I should probably drink more milk, right? If it helps with throat. Let me type in the rate to Dragon. Yeah, milk. Okay. I type in the rate. Milk helps throat, so does tea and honey. I should probably drink some hot tea tonight. Oh, honey lemon though. Tea with lemon and honey, very good. Honey lemon tea. Oh, this sounds so good. Warm herbal tea is good. Oh, yeah. I can suggest an OG fairy artist stream. Oh, I guess I could rate them next time if you suggest it. I'll put in the name into my note. I just hope I remember. I mean, I feel like OG fairy artist stream is going to be like a big channel now, since they're OG. Yeah? They're an NSFW artist, but are on OG artists from Wet Blush. No small? Yeah, who is it? Is it Onta / Doxy or Onta or Doxy? Doxy Games? Oh, okay, I see you there. Can suggest a Hellhound or a Kobold? Is there like any other kobolds that's threatened? Merp? Right, that's Merp too. I haven't raided Merp for a while, but I do kinda want to raid into a dragon today. This one playing Warcraft? Over there though? Yeah. But purple color book though? Dang, purple color couple. Wait for Breaky to spawn into online. Oh, Breaky's gonna stream soon? One more hour? Oh, it's okay. I'll raid Johnny Dark. Like Warcraft, not the World of version. It says World of Warcraft. I haven't fooded yet. No, food good. Must get food first. Also, thank you, Nexus. Wow. Curses? Oh, is it that? Eat the stream. No, don't eat the stream. Or maybe do, I don't know. You know, honestly, at the back of my mind, I keep wishing that Project Silverfish gets updated soon. Like, I want to play more Project Silverfish. It's such a good game, you know? WoW is fine, I just prefer the RTS over the MMO. Also need to get food. Food good, Nexus, food good. I want Silk Song to get updated soon so I can die to more bosses. Oh, is the game gonna get updated more? Making why? Because legs precious.
Pickles.
Pickles? Piccolo? 5 free DLC to Hollow Knight. 5 free DLC to Hollow Knight? Oh, not Silk Song, right? Just Hollow Knight? I require food too soon. Is it I require food too soon? Oh, I require food too soon. People especially look forward to a boss rush DLC. Holy shit. I mean, ooh, boss rush could be fun. That means the game only has fighting. I mean, I struggle with navigating around. Speaking of breaking an hour, I don't see why they wouldn't make more DLC for 6 songs since Hollow Knight did so much. Yeah, honestly, You can find a boss rush save file for Hollow Knight. Is there something like that? I can just find a save file? Oh wait, did I plot my things? I did, right? Oh, Johnny Dirk is doing a be right back. Does Komo know about Let It Die? They have a sequel coming out in December and Spool is looking for a twit. I haven't heard of Let It Die. If you get a save file, you should be able to do it. Boss rush is unlocked near the middle of the game. I don't think I unlocked boss rush. I think I'm still on like very early game, but I just get stuck or like get lost so much that I played for so many sessions and I'm still in early game. Mash out some beans, of course. Always. That would be nice, honestly. I'm also like waiting for... Oh, it's 2 minutes? Yeah, I'm waiting for Johnny Dirk to come back. They're doing a be right back. Brecky, Nexus. The only game I'm waiting for right now is Metroid Prime 4. Crazy enough, the game that I'm waiting for is Bits and Bobs. It's like a roguelike with Souls-like battle mechanics. The artistic style is so crazy. Uncle Death is one of my favorite designs. Oh, roguelike Souls battle mechanic? Ooh, that's kind of crazy. Maybe the RuneScape event next month? It's been way too long. Oh, Ixon getting shouted out. Why am I getting shouted out? I'm here. I'm here. What do you mean? I'm here. I think I can start the raid now, actually. Yeah, I need drink and food. Wow, this tier sounds awesome. Oh no. Thanks for pet. Oh my god, many big pet. Oh. What the hell? What? Why did the music change? Hiya, what do you do? The Safijiwa? Oh, it's an orchestral version of Savijiwa. Ooh, wait, we can listen to this. Oh, oh, this is making me want to play World again. Oh shit. This is Savijiwa's music. Have I soloed Safi before? I don't think so. Oh, it's so cool. Oh my god, goosebumps. Fuck. Boss music hyper pet. It's like a boss fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mixes playlist YouTube mix for you. So this is a YouTube made playlist for me.
Is this one? If you're a boss, what would be a mechanics I could fight, yeah? Oh my god, mini pit. My mechanic would be summon a dragon, I guess? My mechanic would be, if I get hit once, I cry. Come out crying noises, summons a real boss dragon, comes in. Would that be a mechanic? I'll fight you both. What if I summon you, since you're like... Wait, you're a cool dog. Crap, I couldn't summon you because you're a cool dog. I'll fight me both. I'll fight me both is crazy. Oh man, Sappy Chipa's music is so good. And Kobo Crane just keeps summoning dragons every 5 seconds. See, I like something like that. Like, because I'm a kobold, I'm so... The game then crashes for so many dragons. Game over. Oh my god. You have to appease the kobold to stop the game from crashing. Aha. Maybe I'm the final boss. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, Johnny is back. Johnny is back. Okay, okay. We can raid out. I'm also getting pretty hungry, so... Before the raid, though, I want to see... Which raid message were you using again? Oh, this one, I think. You're the special boss after the credits. Ooh, I'm the post-game content.
Boss equals Garama.
Garama. Garama is boss? The Boop Nexus raid message. That works too if you want. Honestly, raid message... anything works, honestly. I just like to ask for uppies for my dragon. Or a non-dragon, of course, right? Uppies in general is just good. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say... Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Yeah, that works too. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved and valued.
Matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny Darg. And yeah. Anyone willing to offer the Kobo some loving battle? Don't fight the Kobo. I only have 3 health points. But I have Divine Blessing that each hit only takes 1 health. Haha. I cannot take more than 3 hits. What if the mechanic is like that, right? I have 3 health, like actually just 3 health. But if I get hit once, I cry and I start summoning dragons in. Everything hits for 2. Okay, 2 works. I mean, I have 3 health. Once I have 1 health, I'll gain invincible status for 10 seconds, and I'll start crying forever. Offer the combo some loving vrooms. Ooh, wait, put me in the vehicle. The vehicle fun. This is making me want to play World. Oh god, Safi music is so fucking cool. Safi can destroy me anytime, honestly. Dang. Some loving battle. Oh no. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. Maybe transfer into the badminton dragon boss. Ooh, that'll be fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Love y'all. Mwah. Double kiss today. Bye bye.